Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Frank Aibogun, and I'm the publisher of Business Day. I'm delighted to welcome all our speakers and guests from Africa and around the world this morning to the first Africa Business Convention organized by Business Day, Nigeria's leading provider of business news and intelligence. We are especially encouraged by the interest shown in this conference from around the continent and outside of the continent, as demonstrated by the registration for this conference. The African Business Convention is designed to be the premier convening of business and thought leaders, policymakers, and investors from across Africa and beyond. It is aimed at presenting a unique platform for insightful debate around the prevailing challenges confronting businesses on the continent and, of course, the emerging opportunities. For Business Day, which has pioneered the daily coverage of the business landscape on the continent, the motivation for this Africa Business Convention is quite simple: to create a platform to strengthen dialogue between policymakers and business in Africa, with the aim of removing barriers to investment and enabling the growth and prosperity of African businesses. There are many gatherings and conferences that focus on the different dimensions of Africa: economy, leadership, etc. The focus here is the aggregation of all businesses on the continent, both small and large, and the promotion of policy dialogue and knowledge sharing across the continent for the purpose of increasing productivity, business growth, and profitability. The idea here is to focus on the businesses themselves and the issues they face, including the policy environment and, of course, the parameters that drive business performance. The underlying notion and motivation is the recognition that the progress in African economies, including the reduction in poverty and the increase in employment, will come largely from its businesses. When its businesses do well, Africa will do well. This conference coincides with the start of the implementation of the much-awaited African Continental Free Trade Area, AfTA. This is despite the misgivings that we expressed in certain quarters when we first mooted this idea. Trade, as has happened elsewhere, is a catalyst for promoting wealth creation, employment generation, technology transfer, skills, and labor mobility. But the question remains whether Africa is ready to tap the opportunities presented by this unique agreement. The success of AfTA will certainly be judged by two important metrics, in my view. The first being whether it provides the platform for the increase in trade between and within Africa. And of course, the second one being whether this new idea of trade will help and facilitate the reduction of poverty on the continent. But before we think of how AfTA will drive the growth of African businesses, we are confronted by the immediate response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And the theme Africa Proactive, which we have chosen for today's conference, is in response to this challenge. How do Africa businesses lead in the ongoing shift and disruptions to business in the global economy? I truly am looking forward to the discussions across various areas that we have prepared today. I'm delighted, therefore, that we have carefully assembled business leaders, policymakers, including ministers across the African continent and beyond, to address some of the issues affecting our businesses, the policy making and implementation, and of course, evaluation of functions. Before I invite our keynote speaker, Shola David Bora, permit me to thank our partners for this conference. We have Nextia as our knowledge partners. They have exclusively arranged the panel on security in the Sahel. I also thank our sponsors, MasterCard, the global financial services provider, and Kina Partners, a leading law firm headquartered in Lagos, but with practice in parts of Africa. While wishing you all an engaging session this morning, let me now take the pleasure and privilege in introducing our keynote speaker. Shola David Bora is the Chief Executive Officer, Africa Regions of Standard Bank Group. Prior to this, she was the Chief Executive Officer of Stanbic IBTC Holdings PLC, a full-service financial services group with holdings in commercial banking, investment banking, pension and non-pension assets management, and stock broking. She also has served as the Vice Chairman of the Board of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG. She started out her banking career at Nile Merchant Bank, now known as Sterling Bank, where she worked in credit and marketing, before joining investment banking and trust company IBTC, which later merged with two commercial banks to become IBTC Chartered. When the Standard Bank Group acquired IBTC in 2007, she was appointed to serve as Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the bank and head of IB Coverage Africa. And she rose to become CEO of Stanbic IBTC in 2011 and CEO of Stanbic IBTC Holdings PLC in 2012. Her outstanding achievements in these executive roles earned her the Businesswoman of the Year award for the West Africa region and the Businesswoman of the Year for Africa, both from All Africa Business Leaders Awards in 2016. Shortly after receiving these awards, she resigned from her position as CEO of Stanbic IBTC Holdings to assume her current position. She leads the Stanbic Group's African financial operations, executing duties that range from governance to risk control and expansion. Shola holds a first degree in economics from the University of Ibadan and an MBA from the Manchester Business School. She has also attended the Advanced Management Program at Harvard Business School and the Global CEO Program jointly offered by Wharton, IESE Spain, and CEIBS Shanghai, all of which equipped her with the executive skills required to excel in her roles. Shola is the chairman, Stanbic IBTC Stockbrokers Limited. She also serves on the board of various firms, including Coca-Cola, CROC Credit Bureau Limited, Faith Foundation, and the University of Ibadan Business School, among others. Shola David Bora, our keynote speaker this morning, is an embodiment of feminine grit and determination manifested in creativity and hard work that have seen her to the top of her career. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to invite our keynote speaker and our sister, David Shola Bora, to speak to the gathering.
Thank you very much, Frank, for your kind and gracious introduction. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to speak at the Africa Business Convention. At this time, Standard Bank's purpose is clear. Africa is our home. We drive her growth. We remain committed to realizing this purpose. The 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, and the African Union Agenda 2063 clearly defines a framework by which all African businesses can define a clear purpose and vision to enable Africa achieve its ambitious development goals in the coming decades. Africa has established itself as a new frontier of trade and investment. And we are excited about the latest development on the continent. And that is the opportunities created by the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. These are substantial. With a combined GDP of $3.3 trillion, a market of over 1.2 billion people, the World Bank estimates that the AFCFTA has the potential to increase growth in Africa by $450 billion over the next decade by removing tariffs, reducing trade barriers, and standardizing regulatory frameworks. Intra-Africa trade, which currently hovers at about 15%, should increase to 25% by 2040, according to the UN Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA. The AFCFTA is a huge opportunity to boost Africa's international trade corridors. And although the initial low-hanging fruit is increasing intra-Africa trade, the real value, the ultimate prize of liberalized trade is attracting significant amounts of capital into Africa, into technology, into manufacturing, into infrastructure. That is the real prize. Today, I want to talk about 3 drivers of growth, which I believe African businesses need to proactively embrace. And they are good governance. The second is partnerships. And the third is technology. So starting with governance, good governance. Whatever your level of business, whether you are an SME, whether you're a large corporate, whether you're a multinational, your governance structure can be strengthened, can be improved, because governance is a continuum. And we must continue to ensure that we strengthen governance in all our institutions. Good governance, good corporate governance demands that the interests of all stakeholders, employees, the government, the communities, the board, all stakeholders are taken care of in a transparent manner within a governance framework that outlines the policies of the organization. And there are trillions of dollars globally looking for a home, but they're looking for businesses that are run properly in accordance with best practice. Governance increases investor confidence. It attracts capital into a business. Governance enables you to build sustainability into your business model. And a robust governance structure reduces uncertainty and inappropriate outcomes. The second driver is partnerships. In thinking of the future of African businesses, partnerships are critical to success. Standard Bank has been able to grow a sustainable franchise in Africa through the right partnerships. We have carefully selected our client segments. We have focused on doing the right business in the right way. Strong compliance with regulatory requirements, credible legal teams, robust IT infrastructure, in-country professional teams, and ethical co-investors. These are all important requirements. And of course, thorough due diligence must be done to achieve this. It's also important to ensure that the partners that you choose share your own values. So we must look to strengthen partnerships with the right counterparties, with the right stakeholders. And one of the key lessons that COVID-19 has taught us is that we need each other. We cannot solve the problems of the world by ourselves. We've got to partner, we've got to work together. And the private sector plays a critical role in this partnership. Private sector-led economic growth enabled by market-friendly policies should be the template for the public-private partnership in Africa. The third driver I'll talk about is technology. The digital transformation in Africa has been driven by an increasingly competitive digital world. And in many ways, our proactivity, that is our response to some of the unique challenges that Africa faces, has actually set us apart as leaders and innovators. We have seen increased investment in fintech solutions that meet both digital demand and adoption. In Standard Bank, over 90% of our client transactions are now done through digital channels. And we recognize the importance of serving our clients digitally. But this opportunity is not unique to banking or to the finance sector. Every African business must leverage technology if they are going to scale their operations. It's an imperative. It's not a nice to have. It's a must-have to leverage technology. So proactive attention to extending digital and mobile-based solutions to the challenges around us is a key driver of growth, and it will enable greater financial inclusion on our continent. MasterCard recently published a study highlighting the COVID-19 pandemic as a massive growth opportunity for fintech companies, particularly those who serve small businesses, micro merchants, and the enablement of digital payments. Standard Bank, together with MasterCard and Google, recently announced their collaboration to help small business owners move their operations online, accept digital payments, and therefore be positioned to attract more customers. So these three drivers, good governance, partnerships, and technology, are critical enablers for every African business to build a sustainable operation. Africa's growth story has been slowed down by the COVID-19 pandemic, but it has not been derailed. The World Bank 2021 GDP forecast for sub-Saharan Africa is still positive at plus 2.7%. And the underlying structural drivers for Africa's growth, its population, the resources it has, they're all still firmly in place. So the cup is not half empty, it is half full. And we must be proactive in filling that cup. The COVID-19 pandemic has prompted a shift towards local production and self-sufficiency, given the disruptions we saw in global supply chains. And this presents opportunities for local manufacturing and production facilities, which will drive growth in key sectors such as agriculture, health, logistics, and their respective ecosystems and value chains. In looking towards the future of African businesses, we must turn the challenges our continent faces into opportunities. And as Africa gears up for a recovery from this pandemic, new opportunities will continue to come to the fore, and particularly for businesses that are proactive and that are purpose-driven. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so very much for your very, very elaborate keynote address. We appreciate it. We thank you so much. Our keynote speaker, provided that extra. I mean, lessons from the Standard Bank Group and its long-term vision for Africa. The point about governance being a must-have and not something that we trifle with, especially given the very, very difficult times that we are in, and of course, our desire not only to overcome it, but to even thrive post-COVID. She ended by saying that, some might be dwelling so much about the challenge of the pandemic that we face today. But she's encouraging us to look ahead, that there will indeed be new opportunities post-COVID, especially for businesses that are proactive and are well run. Very useful guides for businesses and their leaders, not only for a time like this, but also for all time. Madam Keynote Speaker, we thank you so very much. And we expect that there will be comments and questions at some point in the course of today's dialogue. Once again, thank you so very much. I will at this point be introducing the Managing Director of Business Day, Dr. Orokiti, another economist, to please come in and shepherd us on from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Frank Aribogun, the publisher of Business Day, Nigeria and West Africa business, premier business content provider. And thank you so very much, Shola Devibora, for that powerful keynote speech. I take two major things from there. And the first is, of course, the highlight of the drivers of growth for African businesses, governance, partnerships, and technology. I have certainly taken my note, and I really do hope that we as a business, and of course, representing businesses in Nigeria and across West Africa, can learn from this keynote and take it further. And of course, the optimistic view also that Africa's growth has only been slowed down, it has not been derailed. That is very optimistic, and I take that point very well. Thank you so very much for that. We are supposed to have another keynote from the Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, but is going to take that keynote in the panel on that trade agreement. That is where it's going to take. So we are going to move very quickly, 10 minutes earlier, to the first panel, which is looking at Africa business environment. And I have three gentlemen who will be looking at this the African business environment. And so let me take some time to introduce them. I'm not sure that Kuseni Lamini has joined us. That's the chairman of MASMAS from South Africa yet. Please, technical people, let me know as soon as he joins. I believe he's waiting to join exactly the time that he's supposed to be on. But I know I've seen Professor Fabian Ajoku, so let me introduce him. And of course, the representative of Mr. Mamadou Traore, who is the commissioner in charge of industry and private sector promotion, ECOWAS Commission. But first, let me introduce Professor Fabian Ajoku. So, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Fabian Ajoku is a senior advocate of Nigeria, and he is with Kena Partners. And he's also a Lagos Business School professor of corporate governance. And that is very interesting, especially given that our keynote speaker has just mentioned governance as a key driver of growth in Africa. He's an alumnus of the Sahid Business School of Oxford University and also of the Lagos Business School. He holds a doctorate in law from the University of Aberdeen, Scotland, and an MBA from IESE Business School in Barcelona, and law degrees from the University of Nigeria and the University of Lagos. But he is also a professor and director of the Society for Corporate Governance Nigeria, and so many other titles. So let me just leave it at that. But most importantly, he is a businessman, and we are going to be talking about business here this morning. Professor Ajoku, I welcome you very warmly to this session, and I look forward to the engagement and discussions that we'll have this morning. Thank you so very much, sir.
Thank you, Doctor.
Let me also welcome Dr. Enobong Imo-Essien. Dr. Enobong Imo-Essien is representing Mr. Mamadou Traore, who is the commissioner in charge of industry and private sector promotion of the ECOWAS Commission. Mr. Traore is a nationality of Mali and has responsibilities for industry and private sector promotion. Previously, he served as a commissioner for macroeconomic policy and economic research at the ECOWAS Commission, and he was also former Secretary General in various ministries in Mali between 2007 and 2016, including the Ministry of Mines, Economy, Industry, and Trade. He has acquired tremendous experience in mines, industrial strategy, trade policies, integration, and investment. But he couldn't make it this morning. We have Dr. Enobong Imo-Essien. Thank you so very much for joining us this morning, sir. We are grateful for your participation this morning. And as I said also to Professor Fabian, we look forward to this engagement, and I hope that we can give some context to what is happening in Africa in the last decade and the outlook for the next 3 to 4 years. So let me just give a brief introduction that I have here. Before COVID-19 arrived Africa in the first quarter of 2020, African economies were characterized by two key dynamics. The first was that we had what we call polarized growth, in the sense that some economies in Africa, such as Kenya, Ghana, Ethiopia, were growing beyond 5%, and why some were really, really lagging behind, like Nigeria, Gabon, and South Africa, below 5%. So that was the first dynamics that we saw pre-COVID-19. The second one, obviously, is that majority of African economies are indebted to China. So there was also a growing debt issue in Africa, especially when you compare it to the last time Africa had debt crisis in the early 2000s, before the debt forgiveness. So those were very two key dynamics of African economics before COVID-19. But one thing that COVID-19 has done, or let me say the experience of Africa in relation to COVID-19, is that we have not seen the experience that we saw in the West, especially in terms of hospitalization and, of course, the rate of death in Africa, and which is something that is positive. However, it has devastated African economies in relation to output and, of course, in relation to jobs. So the World Bank, for instance, estimates about a decline of 115 US billion in output losses, and of course, which could push about another 40 million into extreme poverty on the continent. So this morning, we are going to be talking about some issues of the business and economic environment. But let me ask my panel, and I will start with Professor Fabian this morning. Your own assessment, how bad do you think COVID-19 has been for Africa? How do we dimension the consequences, both in the immediate, in the medium, and in the long term? How do we dimension the effect of COVID-19? And I'm talking, yes, the economies, but mostly about the businesses. Not necessarily in terms of the impact, the bad impact, but also it could also be in relation to the opportunities that you see. Professor Fabian.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okiti. And that's a very interesting starting point. I just go straight to it. From the World Bank is said to estimate that this pandemic has wiped away 5 years' work previously dedicated to fighting poverty on the continent, and will drive 40 million people into extreme poverty. What that means is a social crisis. And so when we look at the impact of the pandemic, it should go beyond just the health to also a social pandemic that will be left with increasing poverty. But it is a better starting point to look at what did we have before this. And I'd like to take a cue from Oxford professor of African economy, Paul Collier, and when he wrote in his piece about the marginalization of African economy. But that marginalization is actually not something done to us, but actually self-inflicted. The characters of our economy we should look at is A, insufficient policy reforms, insufficient scale economies, high risk environment, crime, violence, and absence of a strong regulatory and legal framework system to support legal investment, and weak restraint, which is brought about by weak institutions. And when you look at all of this, it is then easy to see why the twin impact of the COVID-19 and the declining commodity prices, oil, is something that is a double barrel shot at African economy. I like the optimism expressed by a very respected keynote speaker, Shola David Bora. But I think I'm more of a realist, and the reality is that capital we need to continue to do many things, including fight the pandemic, only goes to where it sees minimum economic environment for business. It has no heart. Capital, as former president of Mexico, De La Madrid, said, capital has no heart, no emotions, and only goes to where it will get returns. Now, in dealing with this pandemic, Dr. Kitty, it's something which is very important. And I like to start from my primary area of interest, which is the law. Most successful economies have articulated the COVID-19 crisis into a bill, a legislation to turn it around. And you see, that was Mr. Biden's first priority. Now, how does this pan out for much of Africa? Is complete absence of integrating this to go beyond just administering medication and locking down. Every time you lock down, you have to write a check, back it up. Else you may not sleep very well in your lockdown home because it's hunger for people who earn wages, not salaries. Wages, daily wages. When you lock down, you switch them off. These economies have integrated issues of what a bailout would be for failing businesses to keep jobs. They've integrated what the treatment plan would be, what the public health plan would be, what the vaccines plan would be. And vaccines are very intricate financial things. Each time you watch a movie, in Hollywood or Nollywood, it's project finance. There's so many things behind it. To get that jab vaccine, you need to deal with financing it. The private sector willing to pay? Is public sector going to allow it pay? Is there going to be a partnership? Will those who can pay, pay, and those who need subsidy get from those willing to pay? What is the cost of importation, storage, distribution? All of these things are complex things that by now we should be amending the plan, tweaking it, not even conceiving it. It should have been conceived. All of these things affect trade and investment because, quite frankly, and you may ask why you have China concentration, the debts were always there. The reason why it's being concentrated now is that a lot of people are not willing to relent on similar terms to the person who sought debt forgiveness. It signals something. So another person is now willing to take a different risk, who maybe has different standards of engagement. So my take in all of this is that this pandemic will trigger weakened demand for exports, and we're largely commodity exporting economies, approximately 80 to 83% across Africa. We are having collapse in oil price, and that affects the impact of those dependent on oil for revenue, Nigeria being in the front. There will be disruption of import of food and pharmaceuticals. The informal sector will suffer, and then a total halt in tourism for those who were even making earnings in tourism. So the drop in remittances flows account for 3.2% of Africa's GDP. That is also going to drop because remittances come from he who has earned in diaspora, paid to Lord Caesar the taxes due there, paid their mortgage, and what is left, he will remit for the love of family. That is also going to decline. So FDI flows of 2% for Africa, GDP as we had in 2018 will significantly drop and continue to drop. Now, when we look at all of this, the question, because more often we should be talking about solutions, a lot of people know the problems. There's several areas that are open for engagement. First of it, primarily the crisis we have now, is to have a comprehensive plan and announce that plan. And it should be a COVID comprehensive plan. And it should envisage a partnership with the public sector who's willing. I would, for instance, imagine that Business Day is happy to procure enough vaccines for all staff plus their family. That reduces the number of people the government is thinking of assisting. My good friend, Austin Okere, would rather than fly to the UK to take his vaccines, his air ticket alone can pay for 50 vaccines. And of course, that is a way that the public and private sector can participate, and he can actually, in vaccinating himself, subsidize others. And I think that this partnership is something that needs to happen this February, not March. It needs to happen as we finish this conference to submit the summary of it to those who are policymakers, one of whom may be with us in the middle of this conference. And I'll just wrap up for sake of time. We then must carry on business as this goes on. Digitalization is key because it respects the protocols and increases the volume of business with investment of new technologies. We're having this conference in the most COVID-friendly manner, being online and virtual. Economic integration of the continent. A good illustration is this. Our richest man, Aliko Dangote, needs approximately, he said, 52 visas to go around all of Africa. He's investing in the continent. His personal assistant, who was at the time an American, needed only 2 visas. Now you look at the reality, as they say in our holy book, which one of these 2 people would you call the brother of the African? And that's the thing. If you have barriers to movement, barriers to trade, you can sign any treaty you want, but it won't happen. So we need economic integration in the continent. And of course, improved investment flow in the continent. Investments, like I said, would only come when you create the environment for attracting trade and investment. I would end by emulating the beautiful way that one president in Africa, Paul Kagame, appraises his ministers. When you come in, he shows you the picture at your time of arrival. There are 3,000 companies in your industry. This is the total tax revenue. This is the number of people employed. This is the FDI in this, okay? 1 year after you're being a minister, we'll take a picture again, and we want to see that those numbers have gone up. If they've gone down, it means you failed. And there has to be some sort of performance assessment for issues of investment in health and so in the continent. I'll pause now to not take up all the airtime, but I would just like to mention something. No one but Africa owes herself a living. Let us not be mistaken that the West owes us to vaccinate us, to keep us healthy and alive. Self-preservation is the order of nature, and I expect they will self-preserve, and when they're fully preserved, begin to think about charity towards the continent. Thank you very much, Dr.
Yeah, thank you so very much, Prof. Thank you for those very, very insightful opening comments. Before I move to Dr. Umwesen, I just want to remind all our viewers from wherever you're joining us, if you have any questions for our panelists, please. The Slido code is #ABC21, ABC21, #ABC21. Please put in and forward your questions, and we will take them. We will ask our panelists those questions. Please just put on your question. So very quickly, let's move to Dr. Enobong. You work with the ECOWAS Commission, and of course, overseeing and monitoring what is happening within and across the ECOWAS region. How do you think, how bad is it that the COVID-19 has affected trade and employment within the region? And if you would just quickly also speak the fact of the dynamics of the border closure, whether that helped or he worsened the situation within the region, and then what is the outlook that you see, given the situation in the region today? What is the outlook that you see for the small scale and even some large businesses within your ECOWAS regions?
Thank you very much, Doc. And thank you to Business Day for giving us the opportunity to be here at this very important convention. As earlier been said, I am standing in for the commissioner responsible for industry and private sector promotion. Let me start by appreciating Business Day for organizing this event, the African Business Convention, and for giving us the opportunity to be here to discuss and contribute to this very important subject. We believe that this event would provide us the opportunity of also listening to the contributions from our critical stakeholders in identifying the challenges faced by the private sector in conducting cross-border business in Africa and ECOWAS, and possibly actions expected to smoothen border business operations in the region. Since this is a continental event, let me introduce ECOWAS first. ECOWAS is a community of 15 member states spanning 11 coastal states, 3 landlocked states, and 1 island country. It has multiple geoclimatic zones ranging from coastal to rainforest in the south to savanna deserts up north. It also has 3 main languages and legislative influence zones, 8 different currencies, many multi-various opportunities. ECOWAS region is a multi-value, multi-potential zone. The community was established by the Lagos Treaty of 1975, that was revised in 1993, and created from the former Executive Secretariat. It also now has the mandate to promote economic integration across the region and to achieve collective self-sufficiency for our member states by creating a single large trading bloc in an economic and monetary union, and ultimately contributing to the efforts of Africa's development as stated in the treaty. ECOWAS covers a landmass of 5.1 million square kilometers, a population of about 380 million people, 60% of which are the youths. With a combined GDP of about 620 billion, average growth of 3.1% in 2019, the regional economy before COVID-19 was making good progress and pursuing deeper integration. Unfortunately, the business environment in ECOWAS in the past 1 year has been shaped mainly by the global impact of COVID-19 on health, operations of businesses, cross-border trade, free movement of people, and the attendant economic disruptions. 2020 was a very challenging year for the world, and of course, ECOWAS. And economic progress in ECOWAS in particular has saw the regional economy contract by 1.7%, premised by recessions in member states and slow growth in others. This negative economic impact of the pandemic on the economy of the region was moderated by the resilience of the agricultural and mining sector. Since the economy of the region, as has been alluded to earlier by my previous speakers, is driven primarily by resource-intensive activities, namely agriculture, oil, gas, minerals industries, and so on, with low value added and manufacturing, it has an endemic weakness. Thus, with COVID-19, economic performance was negatively impacted by essential economic commodity supply and logistics disruptions, as well as overall weak global demand for commodities produced in the region. On the health front, let me just give you a short situation as it was as at November 2020. Confirmed cases of COVID-19 were about 205,000, with about 194,000 treated. Recovered deaths were just under 3,000, while 8,764 were active cases. The pandemic also disrupted already weak health systems to increase deaths from other infectious diseases like HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, and it stimulated outbreaks of yellow fever and measles in many member states, including Mali, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, and a host of them. Led to business closures, unemployment, increased poverty, and many other issues that afflicted the region and of course the world during these times. Ultimately, it made health management a top priority in the business environment matrix beyond 2020. Other global issues that preceded the pandemic but have continued to shape the business environment in Africa at large and ECOWAS in particular include security crisis in some member states, and these heightened uncertainty which worsened ease of doing business in the region. The multi-regional challenges, which included lack of access to global markets, low integration into global value chains, difficulties in accessing finance, fragmented trade, lack of global competitiveness, all these ones have always been there, and we have been grappling with them. Now, what have we done to try and ameliorate these challenges. Pragmatic solutions. While member states were confronting the menace of COVID-19 in various ways, the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of States and Government held an extraordinary summit on COVID-19 on April 23, 2020, and appointed His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, President of Nigeria, as the regional champion to coordinate the COVID-19 response and the process of eradicating the disease. They also established ministerial coordinating committees on health, finance, and transport to coordinate regional efforts against this pandemic. And these ministerial committees have since commenced work. The ECOWAS Health Institution, the West African Health Organization, also conducted several training sessions for medical personnel in member states, provided coordination and advisory services with the support of the World Health Organization, as well as medical supplies and funding to relevant national health facilities. The Commission also organized a special meeting with the private sector to develop a private sector specific response strategy post-2020 against COVID-19. As a result of these national and regional efforts against the pandemic, the economy of the region performed better in 2020 than the continental performance. Continental performance was minus 4.4% and global economic contraction of minus 5%. The region is projected to return to growth in 2021 at a projected growth rate of 2.5%. In response to the traditional issues, several regional policies and programs have been developed and implemented with member states. Some of these include the ECOWAS Private Sector Development Strategy, which complemented the ECOWAS Small and Medium Enterprise Development Charter, and they aim to stimulate the enterprise and investment culture and create a single economic space with capital goods and services where they can move freely and do business. We have the West African Common Industrial Policy, which seeks to harmonize national and industrial quality policies to promote industrialization in the region. The ECOWAS Trade, Customs, and Taxation Program has liberalized exports in the region, adopted a CET to transform the region into a custom union, and is streamlining tax regimes to minimize the incidence of double taxation in the community. Other important policies include those for regular and renewable energy promotion, transport facilitation, including roads, constructions, maritime and air, rail, telecommunications, and so on. The ECOWAS region has therefore proceeded on the various fronts of economic and market integration. A few of these initiatives can suffice to be elucidated here. On market integration, the region attained a customs union with the adoption of a common external tariff, which implemented fully from 2016. ECOWAS member states are also participants in the African Continental Free Trade Area, which guarantees free movement of people, goods among member states of the African Union. In consolidation of the ECOWAS common market, investment policies and rules of member states have been harmonized into a regional investment policy and code in December 2018. This is supposed to create a common investment market across West Africa and collapse the 308 population into one market. In furtherance of this initiative and to eliminate administrative, policy, and procedural barriers to investment entry in member states, the ECOWAS Commission is improving the improved investment climate in West Africa projects. The project will improve the business climate to reduce cost of doing business and enhance competitiveness in the region. ECOWAS is also cooperating with emerging markets to draw important resources, technology, and investments to the region. Now, the opportunities.
Can I just so that I can take some specific because as that we have a very long statement there, but maybe if we can just have some specific questions, especially in relation to some of the things that you have said before. The first is, are you suggesting that there is an ECOWAS common approach to dealing with COVID-19 and its economic consequences? That's number one. And the growth of 2.5% expectation for this year. What are the key assumptions of that growth? That's number 2. And of course, number 3, which I really want you to speak on specifically regarding African businesses, especially because of you promote private sector promotion and industry. What are the kind of specific initiatives and support that you think businesses will receive within the West African ECOWAS region in order for them to improve their output and growth in the coming this year and in the coming years? If you just like to take those very 3 questions
okay.
Very quickly, sir.
Okay, on the common approach to COVID-19. Yes, COVID-19 is approached from the regional and national levels, and even private sector businesses are taking their own initiatives to deal with this pandemic. But at the regional level, like I said, the authority of health of state and government at the highest level met and appointed our dear President Buhari, Grand Commander of the Federal Republic.
We are aware of that appointment. What I'm trying to say is that, for instance, okay, let's move very quickly from that point. For instance, in the area of vaccine, in trying to deal with this, I mean, is there a common approach to that from the ECOWAS? We know that President Muhammadu Buhari is the head of of the region in dealing with that. But is there anything that is being done specifically that we probably are not aware of in specific terms?
Well, the West African Health Organization, which is the ECOWAS health body, as I noted, has worked with member states to deal with this pandemic. In addition to an organized common training programs for medical personnel of member states on how to deal with this pandemic, they've also provided financial support, but I don't have the figures now, but they have provided some millions of dollars to member states to support their efforts in this direction. The ministerial committee has also been established to deal with the pandemic as they affect specific sectors of health, sectors of finance, sectors of transport. We are coordinating specific responses in this direction. The Commission also held a meeting, a public-private dialogue meeting with the private sector of the region on the specific initiatives that they would want to see government do at the regional and national levels to support them. And some of the recommendations that came out were like establishment of a COVID fund to enable them assess capital at 0 or concessional rates. We also wanted to have a situation where ECOWAS with member states can have a common plan to procure PPEs and this COVID, the vaccines, and distribute to member states. So at this level, that is basically the common approach that we're taking at the head from with the West African Health Organization leading the effort, and the provision of support to medical facilities in member states, and some soft loans, creating a fund that the private sector can assess to keep their business running and maintain supply chains. We also asked.
Okay, yeah. On the growth, do you want to speak to that before I move to Professor Fabian? Please go ahead.
Yes, okay. You also asked for the growth. Why do we think that the 2.5% is feasible?
Yes.
Well, as you can imagine, many member states we have emerged from this pandemic. Almost every country today in ECOWAS is taking serious actions to deal with the pandemic. It hit ECOWAS so much and other countries so much early in 2020 because it took everyone by surprise. No one expected it to happen. And so there were no preventive measures. Face masks were not on. People were not getting used to that. The hygiene imperatives, washing your hand, social distancing, all these were not on in member states. But today, every state has a task force that deals with this program. And the West African Health Organization is mobilizing more funds. Earlier in the day, the keynote speaker spoke about partnership. We are connected with many other partners across the world. Funds have been mobilized, and we are providing financial support to member states to enable them to deal with this pandemic. And then at the level of the Commission, a strategy has been developed with the private sector to provide support to them. So that's why we believe that in the course of 2021, 2022, things will look up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much. I want to move back to Professor Fabian, and let me ask you about the question that has just come through before I ask my own question. Say, how soon do you think that the Nigerian economy will rebound to pre-COVID levels without government stimulus? How soon do you think it will rebound? But I want you to add this question to that. I mean, if you look at the African continent, there are some slight differences in the approach to not only the management of COVID-19 pandemic, but also in terms of responding to the economic consequences, especially depending on the pre-COVID situation. So if you want to speak, you're speaking on Nigeria, so I want you to add some dimension, some African dimension to this question. So how do you think each region in Africa, how do you think, I mean, it will come out of this? Are there some regions that are doing something that are unique and creative in their own response that you think will serve them better than some other regions? The ECOWAS director has spoken about what ECOWAS is doing in terms of their own expectation 2.5. But you have the South Africa who has suffered, South Africa has suffered the most in terms of the effects of the health effect. But some other regions like Kenya did not lock up their economy as much as Nigeria did, for instance, in the second quarter. So how do you think all these things will pan out in the coming years in relation to growth, output, and trade?
Very much, Dr. Fiti. To form an opinion on this, it's important, as I always say, not to commingle problems. Literally, when someone is said to die of heart attack, that is maybe the final thing there. That person's heart stops. But you need to unbundle what was the cause of it. Now, we cannot talk about rebounding economies over COVID-specific issues without actually going 2 steps back to say, were you even healthy before the COVID started? You were sick already. Some of those economies were actually not doing well. And so it's not the case that once you tackle COVID or the vaccine, the economies will rebound. So the problems are simultaneous problems. They meet at some point. Now, one of those things to look at is free trade. Give you the illustration. You cannot have free trade if you lock up borders. That's a very simple thing. You cannot have free trade if it is difficult to move services across and it is difficult to do things because of tariffs. So let the goodness of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement come up, and we might see more trade. Now, where we see that, it would then be important to look at, are you able to create a work plan that transits a lot of the informal sector people, the formal sector? Do we have a budget restructuring, knowing that this cannot be a template budget? There's a big crisis. Can we look at what the West is doing to say there has to be a comprehensive budget plan passed into law to deal with the COVID? Now, can we then look at issues of bridging the digital divide in Africa by increasing investment in broadband and internet access? This is not a call to government to dip its hands in its pocket. It's a call to government to enable those already invested in it. This is a call to government to stop flogging their successful students, the telcos who do very well. We should not hinder them. This is a time to enable them. I say this because if people watch you flog your best graduating students, you may not send people to your school. And that is a call to how we attract FDIs when we constantly sanction the successful FDIs that we have. And so what do I think about recovery? To keep optimism, there will be recovery, but how soon is almost like gazing into a crystal ball and in a dark room for that matter. I would like to see that plan to be able to see the level of cooperation between members of the AU on cybersecurity, for instance, on data protection, on trade. That is one thing. And this is a low-hanging fruit. It doesn't cost anything to say, relaxed, vindictive policies. If you don't give me visa, I won't give you visa. If you cut mine down to 3 weeks, I'll cut yours down to 2 weeks. Those are inexpensive reforms to make. We should then also look at being able to deal with tax. This is a time to look at tax because it is not a time to save government revenues by taxing more people who are already at the brink. So there has to be a balance on that. If we take 2 or 3 of these measures, the likely time and the earliest time to look at a growth will be in Q1 or 2 2022. And why do I say this? Because people tend to have this belief that COVID is something that crosses over at the night of the new year. And so with the happy new year means the end and a better year comes. But then that crossover really doesn't happen. What should happen is that you introduce a reform, a comprehensive plan, and not a perfect plan because nothing made by man is perfect, but a plan that you can look at and say, here's a trajectory to grow. We're veering off 30%, amen, come back to the plan. And if I see that, then we're looking at Q1 2022. There was a reason why Google deeply thought and announced that they will be coming back to the office. The employees will be coming back January or beginning of 2022 because they factored in the sequence of the pandemic response. If vaccines arrive today at Tinkan Island or Muritala Mohammed Airport or Abuja, there will be the cost of going through the bureaucracies of clearing them. There will be storage costs. There will be back financing costs, LCs and stuff to bring them. There will be administration costs. You have to set up where to administer them. You have to have people to do them. There will all these costs that need to be planned. And the earliest time, for instance, in the UK, for above 50s to get the vaccine is May. So they already know. But if we don't have that plan and rely on crossover optimism, I'm afraid that not even the best optimism will create the solution. So to answer your question with moderation, maybe Q1 2022 or beyond. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I'm going to come back to you because there's actually one question from Slido, but I want to very quickly go back to Dr. Omuesian. I have 3 specific questions on the West African region as it affects the key discussions that we are having today, because it's about African businesses, and I don't want to let this opportunity go. So, Dr. Imoswen, I want to ask you 3 questions in one. And the first one is this: how did the border closure that was reopened just December last year, how did they affect businesses in other West African nations? We have an idea of how he affected some businesses here in Nigeria. For instance, some people could not export goods. At least I'm aware of those that could not export goods from Aba. We are aware of those that could not export some petroleum products. We are aware of those that could not export cement. But however, you represent represent a 15-member nation, as you said. Can you give us a clue of how, give us an idea of how the border closure actually affected businesses in other African nations? That's number one. Please take note of. Number two, how did the ECOWAS Commission contribute to the establishment of the AFCTA? The reason, what I mean is that what was your involvement there? Was it deep, or was it just you left it to the nations, or you went in as a West African group? And if you did, depending on what you did, then my third question, how do you intend to promote within a continental free trade area? How do you intend to promote industry and private sector from the West African region? Because even though it's an African continental free trade area, I am sure that because you are in the ECOWAS, your interest is in ECOWAS businesses and ECOWAS industry. So what are the plans? What are the initiatives that you want to use in order to protect and promote industry and businesses from the West African region? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ogo. That was a very loaded question. We'll try to provide some responses. First, on the border closure, how did it affect other member states? Well, as you can, Nigeria, the GDP of West Africa is 620 billion. Nigeria alone contributes 400 billion.
Yes.
Now, that gives you an implication of the contribution of trade in Nigeria to the West African region. Indeed,
okay,
most of the businesses in the member states of ECOWAS have one link or the other with Nigeria. The market in Nigeria is the only country, one or two other countries maybe, that has sufficient market to drive huge investments. And therefore, most of the investors, most of the businesses that are playing in the region have their eyes on Nigeria. Every foreign investor in West Africa hopes to play in Nigeria. Nigeria is the leading exporting nation in West Africa, outside and even outside the continent. So the border closure affected almost every other country in West Africa significantly. But then the political authorities that made the decision understand why, and as you know, trade is just one part of society. There are many other dimensions that lead to border closures. So in a nutshell, the border closure that occurred in not only Nigeria, other countries also closed their borders, affected the regional trade significantly and helped to push the region more and more towards the recession point. How did ECOWAS contribute to the CFTA? You see, ECOWAS is a convening structure. ECOWAS works with member states, provides support, provides capacity, organizes them, gives them the points to consider. Indeed, all the negotiations, the first phase of negotiations on the tariff lines, on rules of origin and services and goods exports, ECOWAS was in the lead. The same way ECOWAS leads member states at the WTO. It's not a member, but it supports and guides member states. So in all the negotiation at the phase one level, ECOWAS was fully involved. And as they prepare for the next phase, ECOWAS is also involved, mobilizing member states, providing capacity, connecting them with partners, and providing relevant support to enable them to succeed. Now, promoting business and supporting the private sector, particularly in the CFTA, as you have rightly said, it's the floor is now open. Everyone competes for himself. And so how will ECOWAS support the private sector in member states to do this? All ECOWAS will do is to step up what it has been doing before. The CFTA, we are very welcome. We support the CFTA and we are happy that it has come. I mean, it is part of the roadmap towards the African Economic Community. So we are fully in support of it. But from the private sector perspective, In 2010, we established the West African Common Industrial Policy. And with that policy, we've been working with member states to harmonize the industrial policies and promote industrialization in the region. And we are going to step up. The policy expired in 2020, so the review is on, which will capture the key elements of the CFTA to provide the Commission to enable the Commission settle properly to support member states. We
Any
also
idea
have,
when that review will be completed?
When what?
Any idea when the review will be completed? The review.
Well, it is going. It ended 2020, so it's going to start this year. But that is not when the review will be completed is not important because the programs and projects are already online. We're implementing them. It won't stop. We are not stopping because until the review, it is on. The private sector strategy, the SME charter, the learned professor talked about how we can move SMEs from informal to formal. We adopted a small and medium enterprise development charter in 2014, and we've gotten member states, all of them, to adopt the strategy. So today, every member state has a special structure, either at ministerial level or at parastatal level, focused on private sector development and small and medium enterprise. Indeed, some countries like Ghana, they have a ministry for business development, focused purely for private sector. So, and then we have we have a program to establish a special economic zone between Nigeria and Benin, which we are working towards this. Now, that zone would target enterprises, local enterprises. The challenge we've had with special economic zones, industrial zones, export processing zones, and so on, has been that it's been focused on external investment, external investors.
Yeah.
And so when they have difficulties with foreign exchange, when they have difficulties with border closure, when they have difficulties with crisis, they run away. And all these zones go moribund. But if you focus a zone on locals, in situ, chances are they're going to. We're now doing an opportunity study, and in the course of the year 2021-2022, more work will progress in this area. And of course, ECOWAS is pushing the Lagos-Abidjan corridor, running from Lagos to Benin all the way to Abidjan, to promote free movement on road transports and all the rest.
Okay, sorry, I thought you were done, and I wanted to quickly add one question before you leave, before I go back to Professor Ujoko. So can I just, you mentioned in your presentation and that the West African region has 8 currencies. And of course, there is a common applicable tariffs. So now, how there's this, because we've been on this for a long time, the issue of the common currency in the region, but I'm sure that is not going anywhere. But the question from Slido that I have for you is, how do you think the issue of the different currency being used in the region can be appropriately handled to ensure fair pricing regime for products in all countries? I guess, my own layman answer to that would be, it's like every currency uses the dollar as a benchmark. But please, can you provide your own idea of what is happening?
See, incidentally, since the past maybe 5 years or so, we've been driving a program, a regional payment system, which connects the banks in the region, such that you may not even need any of these currencies. Okay. You don't need the dollar, you may not need the local currencies. The banks are interconnected. So you are in Nigeria, you do business, you're importing from Ghana, you pay in Naira, and they get their cedis. You don't need and remember, we are going into the digital world, the 4th industrial revolution, where all these currencies, the banks are going to provide a lot of leverage and smoothen these challenges of payments. So we have the regional payment system that has been on for some time. And hopefully, it takes a lot of consultation, a lot of decisions for member states and governments to abandon their sovereignty and collapse the banking system and so on. But the product program is on, and indeed has been adopted by the African Union. for a continental payments program for Africa. So we have that to deal with the issue of multiple currencies.
Okay, thank you. I have about 10 minutes left. Let me quickly go back to Prof, and ask some of the questions I'm getting from Slido here. Prof, you are attracting a lot of questions from Slido, so please, it's not my fault. Bear with me. So one question is there a perfect place for funds and investment for an hospitality business? I mean, you practice law in Nigeria and one or two other parts of Africa. I don't know whether your experience comes in here. But the second question, also from Slido, is do you support general stimulus to the entire country, or will you prefer a more targeted approach, which I think has happened, especially from the central bank and the government angle? What we have seen as journalists is a more targeted approach in terms of sector. There's for the health sector, for the manufacturing sector, so that's what we have seen, but they're asking, but of course, there's also the one for SMEs that SMEs can access, but please just give your view on that as well. But I think there's also another question. Why suggest? No, I'm not sure I understand this question. Please take those two. The way they wrote the other talk question, I can't.
Thank you, Dr. Okiti, and thank you to our eminent audience and persons who asked this question. I think to situate this question is important to look at. The World Bank says the global economy will come back to 4% growth, but that vaccine dissemination is critical to this. That's a qualifier. Now, so again, you look at what the president, David Malpass for World Bank Group says, is that to overcome this impact, okay, and counter the investment headwind, there needs to be a major push to improve the business environment. And I'm happy that our Honorable Minister for Trade and Investment at some point in this conference, increase labor and product market flexibility, and of course, strengthen transparency and governance. This is the foundation upon which there'll be a recovery. And let me say this, when we hear the global economy will grow by 4%, one mustn't assume that is a national cake growth that will be shared. You may be excluded. Others will grow at 6%, and the average comes back to 4%. So it means that, again, no one owes us to make us feel happy. To take those questions on this, on the foundation that I've just laid, the hospitality business, funds by, if you mean FDIs, will come when macroeconomic issues are well in place. Well, the risk perception of the investor comes to tolerant levels. When the investor feels that the rule of law is at a point where he can invest and hope to get his returns. And let me qualify that. Hope to get his returns is twofold: that the system will allow him reap the fruit of his labor, and when he reaps the fruit, that he will be able to convert the fruit into a currency that can pass through our borders back, expatriated back to where the capital came from. Now, these things are important to achieve growth. And my thought lines are that if we go by what the World Bank president said, public health focus, debt management, budget policies, central banking, and structural reforms. These are things that we should actually devote Q1 and 2 to rolling out. I mean, I've said this before, but once we do, and of course, there's a relaxation of movement, you may see hospitality come up. No one really will be investing in hospitality when it is primarily the first target of lockdown. We need to experience that assurance that we've at least turned the curve down in terms of the infections before the hospitality returns start to look promising. Now, should the government have a targeted approach? That's a second question. or have a general approach. For me, I think that one's resources are limited. You cannot expect them to have a general approach. That would be wishful. With limited resources, like every person, you prioritize what you want to do. You may cut off social outings and focus on tuition for the children. You may take out some fancy things. Whilst I'm not saying that other sectors of the economy are fancy, there's something important in identifying the very critical. What critical sector of the economy absorbs the highest number, for instance, and tackle it? Is that Greek? Deal with it. And to deal with agric is not just plowing money into commercial agric. It is to save the subsistent farmer who is now not farming or chased away from his farm. These account for close to 70% of agric. So it's important to deal with that. If we deal with this as targeted measures, agric, health, and a few industries, as they're recovering and the returns from it, as Lord Caesar takes tax from those recoveries, then we can plow them into the next line 2 of priority. Those are my thoughts. And for the SMEs, pretty much the same thing. Sorry, just indulge me a minute to say something about the SMEs. The opportunities for SMEs in Africa is actually great from the point of view of sending their products across border. So I give the illustration because Dr. Kitty, you mentioned the person making shoes in Aba. His market is beyond Nigeria. Prior to now, before now, they send their products to Gambia, to Cameroon, and so on. And so, why those areas? A, there's demand for them. B, they may not be, with all due respect, as materialistic as maybe some of us who may act them in some derogatory manner as Aba made. They're meeting needs of products. And I believe these are the areas we can encourage people to do things, and we would then grow wealth for entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Prof. As we all know, we're supposed to have 3 gentlemen on this panel. I have now been made aware that Kuseni Lamini has joined us from South Africa. He is the chairman of Massmart Limited South Africa. So I'm going to be devoting the next 5 minutes to him and asking him some questions. I mean, he's the chairman of Aspen Pharmaceutical, chairman of American Chamber of Commerce, and he's also the former CEO of Old Mutual. So I'm delighted to welcome Kuseni Lamini to this discussion and conversation on African business environment. So would you please share with us the what is the outlook from the southern region of Africa in terms of the business environment before and in the last year since COVID, and what is the outlook that you see in the coming few years?
Thank you very much indeed. What an honor it is to be part of this important conversation, and I'm delighted that I was invited to participate. In terms of the outlook on the economy from the Southern African region, I would say that we all are in the same boat. I don't think it's any different or any rosier than it is when compared to the global economic outlook. You've seen the reports coming out of the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, posting sort of figures that show the severe negative impact that the COVID-19 pandemic has had on our economies. So Southern Africa has not been spared, and dare I say, Sub-Saharan Africa has not been spared. As Massmart, we operate across 13 countries on the African continent. We employ 48,000 people. We are in West Africa, we're in East Africa, and we're in Southern Africa. We're very bullish about the prospects of on the continent in the medium to long term. We think that COVID is here, but COVID will be behind us very soon. And we have to learn to live with it, and the progress that has been made in developing vaccines. And I'm proud that one of the companies that I'm chairman of will be manufacturing the Johnson & Johnson vaccine here in South Africa for the global community. And I think once we have a situation where all people that need vaccines have got access to them, and I'll argue there is a need for equitable and fair access to vaccines. The current trend of vaccine nationalism that we're seeing is not helpful to actually delay the economic recovery that we're talking about here in Africa and also in the world. But I think Africa still has a lot going for it. The trend towards urbanization is still there. It's irreversible. The industrialization of African economies is there. It's also irreversible. But more importantly, picking up from the impact of COVID, one of the positive impacts of COVID has to be us as Africans rethinking how we approach industrialization. It has to be us as African leaders in business, in government, in civil society, rethinking our approach to industrial policy. We have seen the disruption of global supply chains. We are seeing the rising in importance in local manufacturing. Massmart as a business, we have a supply development fund that is promoting local manufacturers so that we can source from them. And one of our objectives is also to substitute imports that come from outside of Africa so that we encourage more job creation locally and we localize the value chain and the supply chain to the extent that we can. But more importantly, linked to that is also helping African businesses to be able to be exporters to the global market. We've brought in buyers from Walmart. We're part of the Walmart Stores Inc. group, which operates across 27 countries. We work with Walmart to bring in buyers to meet with potential suppliers here in South Africa and in Southern Africa. And we've had some success stories where some local companies have managed to have their goods listed across the Walmart community globally. We have a company here in South Africa that produces Christmas crackers, for example. Initially, they were supplying Massmart, and Massmart has got just above 400 stores. But through us introducing them to Walmart, they are now able to supply 800 Walmart stores in the United States. So that's just one example, and you can scale those examples up, and you can include more manufacturing companies, and the impact can be very, very huge. So ultimately, I think the outlook has to be shaped by us doing the right things, investing more in terms of our own productive forces, creating the right environment to attract and retain massive inflows of foreign direct investment, but more importantly, also encouraging local productive forces. We need African-owned and led multinationals to also emerge and play a mainstream role.
Okay, thank you so very much. I have just about a minute or two left, but I must ask this question. I mean, I don't think a businessman of your stature in South Africa will come on this show, and I will not ask this question. So I have to ask, what is your perspective of inter-Africa trade and investment? Because I know that you have been involved in investment across Africa, including Nigeria. I mean, game and everything, you've been involved. But does AfCFTA change anything in terms of the approach to trade and investment now? Or for some of your investment that have not done well in the past, is it a kind of moving back to where you're comfortable with in South Africa? Or what is the outlook that you see? I mean, actually, does AfCFTA change everything? For instance, between South Africa and Nigeria in terms of trade and investment? Very quickly, sir.
I'm very bullish about the African Continental Free Trade Area. I was privileged to be in Kigali when the first signing happened, led by our heads of states from our respective countries. So as a retailer, I think it will help us in terms of cross-border trade, in terms of also unlocking efficiencies in logistics and in the movement of goods and people across the continent. And it's something that I think the private sector has got to champion and champion actively, because I think the future competitiveness of our businesses and the success of our economies hinges on us trading more with each other. We are notorious as a continent to be the only continent that trades the least with itself and trades more with other continents. And we need to rectify that. And the African Continental Free Trade Area is actually giving us a golden and historic opportunity to do that.
Okay, so very quickly, and please add this to your closing remarks. We have just 1 minute left, and we have to close this session. How, in your view, can Africa promote inter-African trade? I mean, what are the 1, 2, 3 things? We have this agreement, we have this area, but hey, we must do 1, 2, 3 things very quickly in order to promote inter-African trade. And please just add your closing remarks. And I will also ask Dr. Imosue and Professor Fabian to do their closing remarks so that we can end this session. Thank you very much.
The first thing is that we have to walk the talk of free trade in Africa. And secondly, we need visible and felt leadership. Our leaders are failing us, or we are failing ourselves. Also, we are failing our people as also leaders in the private sector by not having the courage of our convictions to really do what is required. And thirdly, we need to be proud to be Africans. We need to realize that our destinies are inextricably intertwined. The success of one African country is inextricably linked to the success of all other African countries. No African country can succeed without working in concert with other African countries. You've seen it in Europe. Germany's success is linked to the success of France and Italy. You see it in North America, the NAFTA arrangement between Canada, Mexico, and the USA. So most economies are organized along regional economic blocks, and Africa's future competitiveness globally has to be anchored on that. There is just no other way. So in closing, I think that as Africans, we really have got to start thinking about the pandemic preparedness and thinking about picking up the right lessons for our economies and our industries from COVID. We have to be able to be self-sufficient, but we also have to build globally competitive companies that can penetrate the global economy and establish leadership positions, just like South Korean companies have done, Chinese companies are doing, and Indian companies are doing. We can be able to do that.
Thank you so very much. Dr. Imosue, please. Very quickly, your closing remarks.
Thank you very much. In closing, it is very simple. The CFTA has given Africa a huge opportunity to get out of poverty and create growth. We should leverage this. Fundamentally, the COVID-19 has come and has shown the need for technology, has shown the opportunity that digital technology offers Africa, especially the youths, to improve their production capacity and be competitive. We should leverage this to improve manufacturing and exports. And finally, the issue of free movement in the region. Visas, someone made an example of Dangote and special assistance. If we can remove visas and allow free movement in the region, in the continent, I believe that we can leverage the CFTA and technology and drive growth in the region. Thank you.
Mr. Fabian.
Thank you very much. I think I want to adopt the remarks as made by Mr. Dlamini, Dr. Moisian, very apt and correct. And just add to it, vulnerable households and declining balance sheet of small businesses. Small is big. If our small continue to diminish, the economic growth we expect will not happen. Asia will grow 7%. Latin America 3.7%, and we're only hoping for 2.1. That isn't good enough. I support the position that we must trade with ourselves more. We need to stop this envious fighting of one another and then leverage on the new opportunities. Africa cannot afford to lose a new decade with COVID telling us to wake up. Those are my remarks. Thank you.
I thank you all so very much. It's been a very, very insightful discussion here. I had Kuseni Lamini from South Africa, Dr. Imosue from the ECOWAS, and of course, Professor Fabian Ajoku from Lagos here in Nigeria. I thank you all. And I thank all our audience for sending in their questions. I believe the AFCTA panel starts after now. And back to my colleague, Rolly, for those introduction. I thank you also very much. And please, I hope that you stay behind and enjoy the ongoing conversation. Thank you so very much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you all. We'd like to say thank you to all the moderator, Dr. Kitty, as well as the speakers on the last session. It was really insightful. At this point, I would like to hand over the conversations to the moderator of the second panel conversation, which is titled AFCFTA, What's in it for African Businesses? The moderator is David Malinga. He is the East African Bureau Chief at Bloomberg Africa, and he's joining in from Kenya. Welcome, David. Over to you.
Thank you, Oli, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for sparing the time today. We have a lot to discuss, and we are going to be talking about the AFCFTA and what's in it for Africa. And before I introduce the panel, as you know, the AFCFTA started on January the 1st. It's under the AFCFTA rules.
I'm sorry.
David, I think we're having a problem with your audio.
We can't hear you.
Maybe he wants to log out and then log back in. David is still not as good as I'm sure it can be. It's like you're not talking directly. It's like there is something in between. So you probably want to check that.
David, can you hear us very well?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, we are not hearing you very well.
Seem to be logged on two devices. Can you log out of one device and then just try using...
You know, David, you technology people, sometimes you might overdo it. Please, take a minute. If you need to log out and log back in, that would be good. And Honorable Minister, we're sorry, but I'm sure David will sort out this technical glitch very soon, and we can get back to the discussion of the panel. Thank you, sir.
At Business Day, we help investors as well as business executives, professionals, bankers, lawyers, and government policymakers.
So we have present with us the Honorable Minister.
Is this better? Can I use this one?
Fantastic, great. Over to you.
Okay, so I'll just use one device. Hopefully this will work well. Okay, so let's go. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to the previous panel, Dr. Okiti, Dr. Ogo, and we are going to start right off, and I promise we'll make up for the time that we lost, the 5 minutes due to the technology glitches. We are discussing the AFC FTA, what's in it for Africa. As we all know, the bloc started trading on January the 1st under the AFCFTA rules and preferences. And as of December the 5th, before the trading started, before it went into force, we had 35 deposited instruments of ratifications out of the 55 countries. And on January the 4th, Ghana had its first consignment under the bloc's preferences. And the aim generally of this bloc is to see that it lifts 100 million Africans out of poverty and doubles intra-Africa trade by 2035. That is in just 15 years. I'm honored today to have a very distinguished panel. It's one of the best panels you'll ever see assembled on the AFC FTA. First up, let me take this honor to introduce the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment of Nigeria, Honorable Otuna Adeniyi Adebayo. Secondly, the AFC FTA Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Wamkela Mene, will be joining us shortly. And we also have the Director of Regional Integration and Trade Division of UNECA, Dr. Stephen Karingi, and then the Committee Chair, Trade-Related Aspects of Intellectual Property Rights at the World Trade Organization, Ambassador Zolela Blumbi Peter. And we have the President of the Trade and Development Bank, Mr. Admasu Tedise. And last but not least, we have a Senior Researcher, Mandela Institute School of Law, University of Witwatersrand, Dr. Regis Simon. So we're going to start off right away, and I'm going to bring in Dr. Kiringi just to set the stage before I bring the Honorable Minister in. Dr. Kiringi, could you briefly just take us through where we are, in terms of the status of implementing the trade, the trade under the rules and preferences of the free trade area?
Good morning, good afternoon, Honorable Minister and Ambassador Zolewa, Tedese. It's nice to join everyone on this panel. I was hoping that the Secretary General, His Excellency Wamkele, would be here to give us more on this. But let me say the following. I think you've already said it, David, that the start of trading started on the 1st of January this year. And in fact, shipments have actually been taking place under the AFCFTA rules. So if I was to say what is it that has happened on the AFCFTA, I think the milestone is that the start of trading has already taken off. To also acknowledge that we are yet to reach that point, and I'm speaking here now under the control of the Honorable Minister. We do not have the rules of origin covering the 100% of everything that the state parties want to trade in. I think by the time the start of trading was taking place, it had covered up to 81% of the trade. But if you were to align that also to the offers that countries have been making to each other, and here I'm thinking of offers from ECOWAS and ECOWAS member states, offers from SACU and SACU member states, the EAC and EAC member states, that is continuing. And I think the trade that is being covered in terms of the offers that are on the table, which of course are being validated by the African Union Commission, are quite significant in terms of what the AFCFTA agreement is about. Of course, we are in a private sector forum, and I think the most important thing is actually to say that all these offers, whereas they are being made by the government, the most critical thing is that it's the private sector that is supposed to take forward the realization of the trade under these offers. Now, the other point I would want to highlight is that the commitments under the services agenda are also being put on the table. And I think we have a good number of countries that have already made the commitments in the area of services. As you know, there were 5 sectors that were prioritized by the by the state parties to the AFCFTA, and our heads of states have already added another 2 in terms of education and health, because of what COVID-19 has demonstrated for us. And finally, so that at least I can set the stage for us to continue, is to say that I think we are also very well primed to start the discussions on the phase 2 issues. These phase 2 issues are going to be very important for the private sector, because they're the ones that are really going to make the AFCFTA functional. And at the knowledge level, we know what we need to do in terms of the options under investments, competition policy, intellectual property, e-commerce, and I would be very happy to come back to these issues as we continue with this panel, because these are going to be the most critical things for the private sector to maximize the benefits of the AFCFTA.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Karimi, and I'm certain we will come back to that. I would like now to bring in the Honorable Minister, and just to let the audience know, please feel free to ask the Honorable Minister any questions on, as well as the other panelists, on slido.com #ABC21. Honorable Mr. Adebayo. So, as we all know, economic blocks usually have like an anchor economy when you look at all the economic blocks around the world. What role do you see Nigeria as a key state, the biggest economy in Africa, playing in terms of promoting this trading bloc in Africa and ultimately helping it realize its goals? Honorable Minister, sir.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you all today. Thank you very much. As we all know, regional integration is at the front burner in African trade currently. That is what we're all discussing here today, especially with the signing of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. The continent is in the process of creating a single market for goods and services, with free movement for businessmen, business persons, investments, and so on. Here in Nigeria, we are conscious of the size of our economy. We believe it gives us an opportunity to act as market makers and enforcers in African trade. We are a key economy in West Africa, as you all know, and also we rank as the largest economy, not only in West Africa, but also in Africa. As a result, we are conscious of the role we play. Apart from on the economic scene, we play a large role, especially with regards to peacekeeping within the African region. We believe this is critical to driving trade. We have played key roles in places like Liberia, Sierra Leone, and recently in Mali. We believe we can gain more ground by leveraging our key advantages in various areas. We are aware of the fact that, we're all aware that Nigeria has a population of 200 million people out of the 1.2 billion people that the African market represents. So we believe that with the size of the Nigerian market, we believe that Nigeria will play a key role. We are trying to take advantage of our population, especially in terms of our manufacturing capacity. One of the things that we're doing is we are trying to ramp up our manufacturing capacity. And to do this, we are aware of our shortcomings, especially with regards to our electricity problems. However, we have taken it upon ourselves to create special economic zones, which will have dedicated electric power, which will create a situation for us, for manufacturers to find Nigeria as an attractive place for manufacturing. We are desirous of making Nigeria the manufacturing hub of Africa because we have the landmass, we have the people, we have the educated people, we have the skilled manpower,
and we have the unskilled manpower in terms of our population. We believe that Nigeria presents a good opportunity for manufacturers to take advantage of the African market, and we believe that by so doing, Nigeria will be playing a key role. We have key advantages as at today in various products, especially cement, petroleum products, some food products, and we are working hard to, we want to reduce the export of agricultural produce. We are desirous of doing the processing of food, agricultural produce within Nigeria for exports to other African countries. We are conscious of the fact that we can be the hub for the supply of petroleum products to other African countries. And we will be taking advantage of the refinery that is being built by one of our large industrialists, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, who also is big in cement, like I mentioned earlier, along with BUA and Lafarge. So these are some of the areas that we're looking at. We're looking at also in terms of services, the entertainment industry, which is a key area for us here in Nigeria. We're looking at exporting a lot of that to other African countries. We're looking at growing our technology sector. We believe it offers an immense opportunity for trade in Africa, and the possibilities for Nigeria growing its labor force in terms of labor and entrepreneurship. We're also looking at the issue of finance. As you're aware, many Nigerian banks already have branches in many African countries, and we're looking at leveraging on that as well. So all in all, we believe that Nigeria, being part of the African Continental Free Trade Area, is a major bloc, and we believe that it has a lot to offer the African continent. Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister, you've talked a lot about other economic activities and a little about oil, which we know Nigeria heavily relies on as its main, economic activity and provider of government revenue. Do you look at this trading bloc as a key factor in diversifying Nigeria's economy?
Indeed, we do, which is why I said that a lot is going on. We are trying to move our economy from being a monoproduct economy. We're trying to move away from using oil as our main source of foreign exchange, which is why we're doing a lot. We're investing a lot in the manufacturing sector. We're investing a lot in infrastructure for the manufacturing sector, because we want to use Nigeria as the manufacturing hub, like I said, for Africa, and also to be able to export to other parts of the world to earn foreign exchange. So we are investing a lot in that sector.
Okay, and talking of industrialization, I mean, Africa's powerhouse as far as industrialization is concerned is still South Africa. And I would like to bring in Ambassador Mlumbi Peter, first to ask, as the most industrialized country, I mean, what role do you see South Africa playing in advancing and helping achieve the goals of this trading bloc? And secondly, from your vantage point sitting at the WTO, how do you think this trading bloc is actually going to boost innovation and industrialization on the continent? Ambassador Mlumbi Peter.
Thank you very much, David, for giving me the floor, and good morning, Honorable Minister, as well as the other panelists. Well, I think for us to be able to leverage the AfCFTA for innovation and industrialization in the continent, one, we need to leverage the strengths and identify the complementarities between members that can be utilized to promote mutually beneficial growth. This means building on existing industrial capacity to unlock growth across the continent, both in terms of trade as well as investment. And South Africa, therefore, has a role to play in the development as well as strengthening of regional value chains. By boosting intra-Africa trade and fostering production networks, the AfCFTA can drive Africa's structural transformation agenda. The World Bank, for example, estimates that intra-Africa manufacturing trade will increase in the short term by 110%, underscoring the potential of the AfCFTA to create new opportunities for African manufacturers through the reduction of tariffs as well as non-tariff barriers. There was reference in the first panel to COVID-19 and the fact that while it has a devastating impact on the continent, it also provides huge opportunities. One, I think what it has done is to bring to the fore more sharply Africa's strategic vulnerabilities. And I will mention one example. For example, in pharmaceuticals, we import currently more than 80% of our pharmaceuticals as well as medical consumables. And I think all of us can agree that this is unsustainable. And with disruptions in global value chains, many countries are considering strategic autonomy imperatives as well as reshoring. We know that in the short term, the global value chains will still continue, but there are some where there will be disruptions going forward. Therefore, Africa will need to build better by prioritizing its productive capacity. And what we need to do is to prioritize the development of infrastructure broadly and address our infrastructure gaps. But importantly, we also need to prioritize the development of digital infrastructure to promote connectivity and address the digital divide. And a key infrastructure for digital industrialization are data centers that are critical to store and process data and are the factories of the digital economy. In the continent, given the fact that we have small economies because of colonialization, it's important that we consider the development of regional data centers. And many studies show that African countries like Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa have huge potential of hosting these data centers. And private and public partnerships are therefore important in order to promote competitiveness and deal with the infrastructure gaps in this regard. Further, Chair, data is the new oil in the digital economy. Therefore, we need a coordinated continental approach to data, not just to promote domestic digital industry, but data is also absolutely essential for innovation. Artificial intelligence strategies of the UK, France, India, and other countries all recommend developing a strong domestic AI and data-based industry as the key imperative for retaining global and domestic economic strength. Also important now, moving to the WTO vantage point. There are currently discussions that are taking place on legally binding rules under the Joint Statement Initiative on E-commerce. And I believe that the African continent will need to take a long-term view on the implications of the rules that are being negotiated under this initiative and assess these rules in terms of the implications that they will have for Africa's industrialization agenda. I'll mention just a few of those rules that I think we need to pay attention to. One, there are discussions around a permanent elimination of customs duties on electronic transmission, which will have significant implications for Africa's industrialization broadly, but more specifically, our ability to use our trade policy to promote the production of digital products. Secondly, the no local content requirement, which will also have implications for our ability to leverage the digital economy for our own development. Thirdly, the no source code disclosure, which will limit technology transfer, which is much needed in the continent. And then depending, of course, on the definition and the scope on electronic transmission that will finally be adopted by the WTO, some of these rules will have implications for the commitments that we have made in WTO agreements on goods and services. So it is important that we pay attention to these rules. In conclusion, Chair, I think what we need to therefore look at in order for us to leverage the AfCFTA for innovation and industrialization is one, an approach to data, as I said, and the rules on e-commerce will be quite critical in this regard. Secondly, we have been able as the continent to show that under COVID-19, we can organize and coordinate towards a continental approach and a response. And I think we can also build on this in other areas such as industrialization as well. Therefore, today's fragmented efforts must be turned into a cohesive approach. And that would mean creating an integrated innovation ecosystem to tackle the fourth industrial revolution through an appropriate legal framework on data ownership, coordination of industrial strategies to promote complementarities and promote the development of regional value chains, and unlock the growth that will be presented by the AfCFTA through the removal of trade barriers. And this is critical to ensure that we move up the value chain and we are not only confined to producers and exporters of primary products. I will stop there, Chair.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Mlumbi Peter, and thank you for highlighting the importance of data and the opportunities that await Africa in e-commerce. I'm sure it's a topic that we will come back to. I'm told that the Secretary General of the Free Trade Association has joined us, but before I go to him, I'll just bring in Mr. Masu Tedese, who is the president of Trade and Development Bank. It's a unique financial institution. It has grown from strength to strength over the past 5 years, ramped up capital. And the question that I have for you, Mr. Tedese, is what opportunities do you see for development and finance institutions in supporting this trading bloc going forward?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and greetings to all the panelists and listeners. I'm going to jump into the response very quickly in the interest of time. I think the opportunities are huge. I think the various panelists have already spoken to the gaps. There are lots of gaps in various different sectors. And the one thing that most people recognize is that finance is the lifeblood of trade. It's the lifeblood of industrial development. It's the lifeblood of infrastructure development. Businesses need finance in order to grow their enterprises. So the real question becomes how can finance respond and rise up to the occasion? And of course, this speaks to the huge opportunity that the financial institutions in the region can play. We know that fixed capital formation, we know that access to finance remains a very big constraint. Survey after survey confirms this. When we look at the statistics, whether it's macroeconomic or others, it's very clear that there's a lot to be done to raise the levels of investment and to ensure that the various entities who want to trade with one another have that enabling finance to work with. And this is really where the opportunity is for institutions like TDB and many others like us, including commercial banks. We have, of course, this huge demand to respond to. And it's been very, very important these days for African FIs like us to actually rise up, because correspondent banks globally are increasingly pulling back because of some of the complexities that have arisen unexpectedly. So as much as there's growing demand and huge need for finance, it's just not as available as everybody would like it to be. And in fact, we're seeing rigidities and unintended consequences coming through to make it even more difficult. So clearly we have a very big role to play. And of course, when you're talking to African FIs like TDB and others, the question really becomes, how can African capital rise up to the occasion? Because there is a lot of global capital and global finance, but we know that it doesn't flow as readily as it should to the emerging and frontier markets of Africa. So this is where African FIs like us have to really step up to first of all, build confidence, because we can't just plug the gaps ourselves. We can make a big contribution, we can play a leadership role, but we also have to crowd in and synergize with other partners around the world to bring in capital. Of course, local currency is very important, but we all know that as much as savings are not terrible, they're not very good either, right? So the reality is we don't have enough surplus capital in Africa to meet the requirements of the huge investment tickets that we all know is out there. It's actually quite shameful that at this day and age, Africa still imports some $40 billion of food every year. It's one thing to industrialize around higher value added products and services. It's another thing to be able to just meet your minimum demands in terms of consumables. We're talking about commodities. And so whether it's wheat, sugar, soya bean, or beef, and the like. I think there's huge opportunities for African FIs to help facilitate cross-border trade in the near term around simple products like food. It doesn't need that much, sophisticated technology. I think we do know how to produce food. And incidentally, not everybody is aware that we do export also billions of dollars of food. So we do have the capacity in place to actually do a lot quickly. But of course, the lifeblood, coming back to the finance point, remains very important. And I think as the institutional arrangements to support trade through the AFCFTA and others are ramping up, I think the continent will also have to make stronger efforts to ensure that African capital can synergize. What I mean by this is African capital needs to really apply its mind as to how it's going to be here in the continent where hard currency is concerned. We do know that there are prudential and regulatory requirements around Forex and how some of that needs to be placed in highly rated banks. But the truth is, we do need to harness more African capital from all around the world and ensure that it's also integrating within the African context to do more. Maybe I'll stop here.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Tades, and I'm sure it's a topic that we'll come back to in the remaining time. I would like now to invite His Excellency Mr. Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General of the Trading Bloc. He is going to spend a minute just to give some opening remarks, but I'm going to ask a question so that after spending a minute to just give us a few opening remarks, he can answer it immediately. Now that this trading bloc is in force, what more can you do as the Secretariat to boost intra-Africa trade? I mean, many experts have talked about this and have said that there are many non-tariff barriers. Talk of inadequate electricity, talk of the poor roads, talk of ports that are wanting. And to boost this, like Mr. Tadesse has said, takes a lot more than signing an agreement and declaring it in force. So what more do you think you can do to ensure that intra-Africa trade is actually doubled in 15 years as your goal? So you're most welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. First, let me say I agree with everything the panelists said, even though I've just joined a few minutes ago. But I know some of them very, very well, and so I can say I agree with everything they've said, even though I didn't hear what they said. We have really a unique opportunity as the African continent to address some of the key challenges that have been set out by some of the panelists. But let me start by where we are as of now. We have 36 countries that have ratified the AFCFTA. In December, Nigeria deposited the instrument of ratification on the 5th of December, followed by Malawi, and as of last week, Zambia. This is the second fastest instrument in the African Union to be ratified and to enter into force after the Constitutive Act of the African Union itself. This to me underscores the importance of the political commitment, political will that we have from our heads of states to make sure that by the year 2035, we double intra-Africa trade, we lift 100 million Africans out of poverty, mainly women in trade, which is one of our key objectives to make sure that we place women at the center of benefiting from this agreement. And this was directed to us by the heads of states in December and a few days ago when they met virtually on Sunday. So we have to prioritize the segments of our society that really are the drivers of Africa's informal sector. Let me focus on just a number of things that I think are absolutely key to ensuring that the continent develops economically, but that the development is inclusive. We have now been in conversations with a number of banks, commercial banks on the African continent. I know that my sister from Standard Bank is on the call. We have been in conversations with Standard Bank and a number of other banks with a view to establishing a $1 billion trade finance facility, primarily for small medium enterprises, but also other exporters that may require the finance and the capital to access new markets. We know that if we don't have an inclusive implementation of this agreement, it is not going to succeed. If it benefits only the big corporations on the African continent, it's not going to succeed. So we have to take concrete steps to make sure that small medium enterprises are part of the implementation of this agreement and benefit. If you are a small medium enterprise in Malawi, the big question is, how do you now access the new market that the agreement has opened in Egypt? And we intend through this trade finance facility to make sure that we give meaning, we give commercial meaning to the AfCFTA opportunities that it is opening. Second, we are at advanced stages of discussions with Afreximbank to establish a Pan-African payments and settlement platform. On the African continent, there are 43 currencies. If you are trading across the continent, the cost of converting your local currency to the dollar to be able to transact sometimes can be prohibitive. It leads to inefficiency. It leads to trade becoming unaffordable. And so we've got to address this question of constraint on Africa's growth beyond the 18% of intra-Africa trade where it is today. And so these are some of the practical steps that we have to take to make a contribution to Africa's economic development. I think, as the ambassador said, industrial development has to be at the heart of implementation of the AfCFTA. We now have an opportunity through this agreement, which we didn't have before. We have a legal framework, a Pan-African legal framework to establish continental value chains on a range of different sectors that are labor intensive, such as automobiles, agro-processing, and others that we can focus on so that we not only boost intra-regional trade, but that we render Africa competitive globally. In about 20 to 30 years from now, Africa should be globally competitive in industrial development, in the productive sectors, in value-added production. We know that we have to start somewhere. We know that there are countries such as Singapore, whose contribution to global trade is double that of us as a continent combined. And that proves to me that we have a lot of work to do to place Africa on a path to higher value addition production.
Yeah.
It's possible to do it in less than a generation because other countries have done it in less than a generation. We know that industrial development is not a pill that you just swallow and the following day you've industrialized. It will take decade after decade of disciplined implementation of an industrial development action plan, prioritization of sectors that will make a contribution to boosting intra-Africa trade. I mentioned automobiles. Now with the COVID context, pharmaceuticals, and the ability to establish a generic drug industry is very, very important, which will serve a dual purpose, public health, but also industrial development. And so the work that our colleagues in Geneva are doing to ensure that we have flexibilities in the intellectual property rights regime is absolutely of direct consequence to Africa's industrial development and public health.
I hate to interject, Your Excellency, but in the
Yes.
interest of time, yeah, because I want to bring in the minister later again. But maybe could you give some remarks as to the question, what more do you think you can do as a secretariat to ensure that intra-Africa trade actually increases and doubles, knowing that we have many impediments that are non-tariff based?
Well, we have the rules that have been agreed to, that have been established, trade facilitation, transit of goods. These are things that are important to make sure that trade actually does happen on the ground. But we have to build the capacity of our customs authorities to implement the rules. And so we have been meeting with heads of customs authorities to build the capacity of our customs authorities so that they actually implement the transit rules as we have agreed to. They actually implement the trade facilitation rules as we have agreed to. If there is no transit of goods, if the goods sit on the border for 30, 40 days, as in the past, then the whole exercise that we have undertaken will be brought into question. So the capacity of our customs authorities is absolutely critical to successful implementation of this agreement. And we have started working with our customs authorities to make sure that we are all at the same level of implementation.
Okay, before I bring in the minister again, Dr. Simo, can I bring you in now? And the simple question is just following up from what Ambassador Mlobi Peter said. Is it high time Africa actually started implementing a digital transformation strategy? Dr. Simo.
Well, thank you for the invitation. And yes, as already articulated by the previous speaker, I want to set the stage to state the AfCFTA, the scope covers goods, services, investment, intellectual property, and competition policy. And as of course, liberalization is meant to occur progressively through rounds of negotiations, meaning that when this trade started in January 2021, it was only on those aspects that were possible to trade under because negotiations are still undergoing. Hopefully, with the timeline that was set, that by December 2021, negotiation will be completed on those on the remaining aspects. So one easily noticed that when this agenda was set, the e-commerce was not part of the thinking. It's only last year in February that e-commerce became one of the topics discussed under the AfCFTA. And then the negotiations were set to be part of the phase 3, which hopefully will also be due to COVID will be accelerated. So it's because of the COVID that negotiation on e-commerce has been getting ground, and also members have been asking for the acceleration of negotiations on the on e-commerce. Because measures have been taken to actually curb the spread of disease. We have social distancing measures. We've got borders closure. So meaning that the physical trading of goods, from moving from one border to another, there is a disruption in that free flow of goods, of movement of goods, for instance. So basically, this is where the e-commerce program, or I would say the e-commerce agenda comes in, because in order to actually bypass the obstacles that the border closures have brought in, we need to look for a strategy to actually ship goods, or at least buy our goods, or maintain a social life without necessarily meeting one another. So again, what is understood by e-commerce? It is basically, as defined, I would say, by the WHO, and in the context of the WHO, it's the production. They said it's the production, the distribution, and marketing, sale, and delivery of goods through electronic means. So therefore, while there is a discussion on the specific protocol on e-commerce, we should bear in mind that e-commerce touches upon trading goods, trading services, and even aspects of intellectual property, competition law, and also investment. So basically, it means that while there is a negotiation, when the negotiation starts on e-commerce, member states should be aware that the issue should be tackled on a holistic manner, and not forget that they are all connected. So, for example, I would like to take the case of trading services, which of course has not enjoyed the same level of attention like trading goods. First of all, the protocol on trading services says it applies to any service in any sector, except of course those that are expressly carved out. So here, any service and any sector covers communication services, which are of course the means through which one have access to the digital trade, and other priority services such as financial services and even distribution services are very important in order to, when you order a goods online, you need to access financial services. In order to have a goods on your place, to have it delivered to you, you need a distribution channel, and these are sectors that needs to be tackled. Also, the protocol on trading services defines the means through which services can be delivered, one of which is through cross-border supply, meaning neither the producer of the services or the service supplier nor the consumer of the services moves, which is also very important for the for the e-commerce that we are actually discussing at the moment. For instance, if a consumer in Nigeria will order or will consume services from a Mauritian service supplier, for instance, telemedicine. We are talking about, for instance, we are talking about coronavirus or many any kind of services that can be consumed on a cross-border basis, like telemedicine. Somebody sitting in Egypt and performing a surgery on a patient sitting in South Africa. So
well said. Yeah. Well said, Dr. Sima. Yeah. Sorry to interject again. Yeah. But again, services are important, as you say, finance and telemedicine, and hope we can have just a few minutes to take some questions on that, because they're probably not well understood and the importance in this trade. Honorable Minister, if I can bring you in, the goals of doubling intra-Africa trade, lifting 100 million Africans out of poverty in these 14 years to 2035. Is this realistic? You here, of course, as someone who is in the negotiation rooms, you're best placed to really tell us. Is this realistic?
Well, we are Africans, and as Africans, we always remain very hopeful. Converting the African continent into a single market for goods and services with free movement of business persons and investments is an audacious vision. And we hope and believe that it should yield greater and ambitious benefits for the countries that have committed to it. The African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement projects that an additional 30 million people will emerge out of extreme poverty, and over 60 million, and another over 60 million should rise out of moderate poverty by 2035. We believe the largest change in income will occur for unskilled workers and women. And we expect this poverty reduction to be driven by the creation of new jobs in industry. Overall income will also grow as a result of the agreement, and a higher quality of life will close the gender gap and the gap between skilled and unskilled workers. We believe, even though these goals are ambitious, they are attainable with hard work and commitment. As has been pointed out by the Secretary General, a lot of work must go on in respect of improving the customs capacity of our customs. African countries still need to spend a lot of money and resources on improving on infrastructure. So I believe that if we are able to do these things, it is the vision we have, it is a vision that our forefathers have had, and it is something that we have no choice but to put into reality. I believe it is realistic. Thank you.
Okay. Unfortunately, we only have about 4 minutes left. And if you have a question from the audience, kindly put it on Slido, and I'll be able to read it before we get the final comments, which we are getting into now. And I'll quickly, just start with Dr. Karengi in 1 minute. How would you see the virus shaping trade in Africa going forward?
No, thanks, David. Okay, so first of all, just because of the virus, we have lost 30 million people have gone back below the poverty line in just over the last one year, just because of the virus and the closure of the economies that associated with that. Now, having said that, the virus has also made us accelerate our process of digitalization. And I think we also heard from Ambassador Zalelwa saying that there's something that is going to happen to the supply chain. So I think the virus is also going to make us think much more strategically when it comes to the issue of the regional value chains and the supply chains that operate within the continent. So looking forward, I think countries are likely to pay some costs of regionalizing the supply chains because of the exposure and the risks that they have been put under because of the global value chains. So those are two trends, the digitalization and the regionalization of the supply chains, that are going to be critical going forward. And I think the AFCFTA puts Africa in a very good position to at least be able to do this, take advantage of these two trends in a more positive rather than a negative way, thinking as an economist. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hwangi. And Mr. Tadese, this will be the last one I'm going to be asking you also. Yeah, in 1 minute, your call for capital. We've seen, that the financing gap is huge, 100 billion every other year. We've seen the US, the UK, Europe, recently Turkey coming in. But how much money can our governments and economies actually absorb to meet, this funding gap and implement these infrastructure projects without, breaching the fiscal space and later getting into debt crisis?
Well, just in a nutshell, I think what you're indicating is there is a debt sustainability issue at hand. And of course, there's limits to how much debt can be taken. I think there are, of course, very important steps being taken to ease some of that debt sustainability burden. But I think really the emphasis now has to be on direct foreign investment in infrastructure through PPPs, among others. And of course, it doesn't just have to be international investors. It could be cross-border regional African investors coming in as well. And I think this is really going to be the key way forward for attracting international capital into Africa, because there's limits to how much you can do that through the fiscal envelope. We, I think, as African FIs have an important role to play to provide advisory support, but also intermediate some of that capital and help structure some of the solutions that don't require sovereign guarantees or sovereign borrowing directly. So there's a lot that can be done at the level of deal making, but of course the policy framework within every country has to be enabling in terms of enabling private investment, private participation in infrastructure. The same would apply to other sectors as well. I think the investment climate is always critical when one is looking to outsiders to take direct risk in equity type participations. That becomes decisive. So the policy framework, the enabling framework is critical, but then at the deal level, there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of holding hands, de-risking a little bit, boosting confidence, and also pioneering, having Africans do 1 or 2 deals themselves before expecting others to come in.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tadese. Let me just bring in, again, for just a minute, Ambassador Mlomi Peter, who will also be making her closing remarks with this. Of course, Africa has been excited over the past week with news of an African having a real shot at heading the WTO in the names of Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the former Nigerian finance minister. At WTO, what do you think should be the main message that Africa should be carrying to the WTO?
Yes, it's an exciting time and a proud moment for Africa, and I think women across the world. And I think Dr. Okonjo-Iweala brings a lot of experience, but I think especially in the context of COVID-19, her role in Gavi may assist us to facilitate balanced multilateral outcomes at the WTO. And I think the immediate task that probably will occupy her for some time will be to see how the WTO can make a contribution towards scaling up vaccine production so that there is timely, equitable, and affordable access to the vaccines. And His Excellency, the Secretary General of the FCA, has rightly pointed out that it is important to look at how Africa positions itself in terms of the production of vaccines and generics. And the pharmaceutical sector will be critical. So it's important for the WTO to play a role in the equitable sharing of vaccines and know-how and technologies to produce the vaccines. But also importantly, this is an ministerial year. We are going to have MC12 probably towards the end of this year. So it's important for the continent to ensure that the WTO contributes to inclusive growth as well as a developmental-oriented trade agenda, because we are now having a big task of ensuring that we revive our economies, and the WTO and trade can play a role in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. And to wrap it up, before I call on the Minister to give his last words, I'm going to call on the Secretary General to give his last words. But before he does that, we have two questions from Slido for His Excellency Mene. The first one is, how can we expand access to credit within the AFC-FTA bloc? How does cryptocurrency affect continental economy in light of e-commerce? And then while you're at that, you can also answer this last one that just came in. With the bloc in place, how will a unified African Union currency help with the African countries open up market approach? That's a bit futuristic. So, Mr. Secretary General, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Well, issues related to currency and monetary policy are outside of the scope and the mandate of the AFCFTA as per the agreement. However, of course, the underlying point that the questioners, both questions are asking is relevant. I mentioned earlier that we have 42 currencies on the African continent. This in and of itself is a constraint to boosting intra-Africa trade. And that is why we have started this initiative on payments and settlement platform with Afreximbank. There is an intention that in future that Africa becomes a monetary union. But the question is, in between, from now and until we get to that point, how do we overcome some of these growth constraints that are caused by multiplicity of currencies? Digital currency is one area that has been mentioned. It doesn't really require convergence in terms of macroeconomic policy because of its very nature and characteristics. So we would have to explore how we can leverage on that as a continent to boost intra-Africa trade. But as of now, it is something that is outside of our mandate. Let me just conclude by saying...
Before you conclude, Mr. General, just on the FX, do you have a target of how much you're raising with the Afreximbank for the FX conversion fund?
Well, Afreximbank has already provided liquidity, has liquidity of a minimum $1 billion that is ready to be rolled out. 6 countries in West Africa are pilot countries. We intend that by the end of the year, there will be more countries in terms of the rollout throughout the African continent, because this issue of currency and convertibility, as I was saying earlier, goes to the heart of boosting intra-Africa trade. We are very determined that this becomes one of the pillars of implementation of the AFCFTA.
Okay, I'll let you make your concluding remarks.
Well, I was just going to conclude by saying that we have to always remember that it took Europe 72 years, to be precise, 72 years to reach the depth of integration that they have today. So for us in Africa, obviously it is not going to be easy. It is going to take a very, very long time, disciplined decade after decade of implementation of the agreement. Minister is absolutely correct. By the year 2035, which is the short-term goal, a short-term milestone, we have to see 100 million Africans lifted out of poverty, in particular women. It's important that we reach that milestone. We know that other regions of the continent have seen success. We have seen the successes of the East African community in market integration, particularly in lifting women out of poverty through trade. And so I believe that we have the capacity to do it. It's going to be difficult, but we can do it.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, you have the floor for your closing remarks.
Well, thank you very much. I believe this is a very important phase in the life of Africa. I believe this agreement gives us the opportunity to grow industry in Africa and to grow the economies of African countries. I believe and I sincerely hope that we all take advantage of it for the benefit of our countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Adebayo. Thank you, Secretary General Wamkele Mene. Thank you, Dr. Stephen Karingi from UNECA. Thank you, Committee Chair, Ambassador Zolelwa Mlombi Peter from the WTO. Thank you, Mr. Tadese, Mr. Masu Tadese from TDB Bank. And thank you so much, Dr. Reyes Simo from the Mandela Institute of School and Law. And thank you for a wonderful audience. Thank you for the questions that you posted. Sorry, we could not take all the questions that you posted, but I hope we are leaving with something that we have picked from this session. Thank you again, and back to the hosts.
Thank you very much, David, and a big thank you to our esteemed speakers for that very informative and enlightening session. Thank you all. We will now be going over to the next panel conversation, which is the panel on technology as a solution for African businesses. The moderator for this session is Rob With again, who is the CEO of Asoko Insights. Rob, over to you at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roddy. Let me just make sure I've got my my panel on the line with me. I think we're all dialed in. Mayowa, Onyeche, Austin, Michael. Okay, good to go. Good afternoon, just about, in Nigeria. And thank you for joining the technology panel of today's big event. This is an exciting panel. Technology, as most of you will know, it has been one of the sectors that has been drawing a lot of attention, a lot of the spotlights over the last few years. We've seen tremendous activity coming from promising African entrepreneurs, founders right across the continent, from South Africa to Kenya, and certainly, last but not least, Nigeria. We've seen exciting businesses being launched. We've seen exciting businesses growing. We've seen exciting businesses getting acquired. Paystack's acquisition by Stripe will be the most recent example of that, showing a maturity in the tech startup space that certainly is bringing it higher onto the agenda of conferences like these. Technology businesses are becoming a vector of growth, not just for venture capitalists or for startup community, but increasingly for African economies right across the range of sectors. And with that, technology adoption is no longer just an industry in and of itself. It's becoming a shared practice between traditionally non-tech sectors that we all want to follow the exciting developments of. Obviously, the year 2020 added significant variables to that momentum, both in a encouraging and both in a adverse sense. I think in the adverse side, right with the onset of COVID, we saw a reduction of funding flowing into the technology sector, mainly because investors, particularly VC firms, were falling back on a wait and see approach. Let's see how this pandemic pans out before new investments are made. There was an overall focus on portfolio management rather than new deal making, which was a bit of a shock to the sector. And certainly some of the more promising and investor hungry startups right across the continent would have had a scary second quarter last year as we were all waiting to see what the actual impact of the pandemic was. The encouraging impact followed not shortly after that in terms of technology and in particular digital adoption of businesses that would have been aware of the value of technology and digital adoption for some time, but we're now all of a sudden focused with a much shorter timeline to execute on that adoption and on that digitization program. Because all of a sudden, people were working from home. Physical business meetings were no longer possible. We were doing conferences like these online. We all had to shift to a digital way of going about our daily business almost within a time span of a number of days, setting in place a course of action that might have otherwise taken months, if not years, to achieve. And that's, at least according to the panel, according to the opinion of this panel, is an exciting, positive development. And we're going to be digging in on that over the course of this discussion. Before I bring the attention to my accomplished panel members, just a few housekeeping notes. First of all, we will be taking questions from the audience. As would have been mentioned in earlier panels, I ask you to use the Slido platform to ask your questions. So this is slido.com. Right at the top of that homepage, you'll find a text box where you should enter the hashtag of this conference. That is hashtag ABC21. Drop your questions there. Please indicate the name of the panelist you're directing your questions to. And I'll do my best to get it into the hands of the right individual and to have it feed into our discussion, either at the end or integrated into the discussion that we'll have before the official Q&A starts. I'll now take the attention to my panel members. So first of all, 4 accomplished executives from the technology and affiliated sector space. I'm excited to present to you. I'll start with the ladies first. Onyesha Tifase from Siemens Energy, Maya Kuyoro from McKinsey's Lagos office, Austin Okere from PwC Group and the Also Leadership Academy, and Michael Ipoku, founder and CEO of Africa Context Advisory Partners. Dear panelists, thank you for joining us, and we're excited to hear from you on some of these pertinent questions. I'm going to dive right in with our first question, which is the inevitable topic of COVID. We're not out of it yet. As a matter of fact, we're still very much in it, and we may very well be in the second wave, or there may very well be a third wave upon us. Whatever dooming headlines we may be confronted with, it is clear that COVID has had an impact and will continue to make an impact for some time. I would love to hear from the panel exactly what they believe is the short-term impact that COVID thus far has had on tech adoption across the sectors In Nigeria to begin with, and using Nigeria as a stepping stone to the wider African continent, what impact has COVID had on tech adoption across the sectors around the continent? Wanted to start with the focus on the short term first before we get to the longer term implications of that. If I can ask Maiwa Kuyoro from McKinsey Lagos office to first take a stab at that question. Maiwa, over to you.
Thank you very much. So look, I think we all have lived through COVID. So the good thing is this is happening in our lifetime. So what I'm saying should not be news to anyone. But what we found out, we did a global survey of executives, and what they said actually was their companies have accelerated the digitization of their customer and supply chain interactions, as well as their internal interactions by 3 to 4 years. So, you know, everybody was slowly moving over to digital and technology. But what COVID sort of did was to accelerate the pace at which that was happening. And, you know, one of the questions that we keep getting asked is how much of this change is here to stay? How much of this change is going to be sort of long term? And a lot of the executives, a lot of the people who are in these sectors actually believe that some of the temporary solutions that they stood up during the emergency of the crisis is actually here to stay, right? They think that, you know, the change will be much more long lasting. And the conversations that we're having are that they're actually making investments to make sure that the temporary changes that they made actually stick, right? And we can already see some of this in the way we as sort of people in the economy actually behave today. We've seen banks transitioning to remote sales and sort of service teams. We've seen now you can do your grocery store and your grocery ordering. Every single grocery store around me has either a WhatsApp or an online payment or online ordering option. And even, you know, if I were to be a little bit facetious, someone was asking me today that they don't remember the advertising for Valentine's Day being as in your face and as glaring as it has been this year. So I think people have slowly transitioned their lifestyles to be able to use sort of digital and technology. And I believe that, you know, it would be we probably won't see a reversal to what we used to be pre-COVID.
Thank you so much, Maiwa. Austin, if I can bring you in as the founder of Computer Warehouse Group and one of the leading providers of ICT solutions, not just in Nigeria, but far beyond its borders. What has been the impact on your business and on your wider industry as a result of, I guess, the immediate demand for digitization and digital services from right across the economy? Can you give us a glimpse of that?
Yes, Rob, thank you very much for the opportunity to share my insights. Starting from the micro level, CWG recently announced their results, and there's a 524% growth in profit. But I wouldn't say that it's just only CWG. It seems as if technology industry itself has had a boost, as has had the pharmaceutical industry and the food industry. So those are serendipity points. But in terms of the positives from the COVID pandemic, there is an acceleration of digital transformation. If I take the experience of Nigeria, there is the movement of the identity scheme, the national identity scheme, online, and it should be online. I mean, it wasn't just feasible to have people coalesce at a physical location to register in this space, in this period when we're looking for social distancing. Just immediately after the first lockdown, there were huge queues at banks, not to collect money, but to collect the card in order that they will have online banking because they couldn't do any banking. So that's pushed financial inclusion, but there is a question mark on financial empowerment. The two are different things. I could be included, but I'm not empowered. My account is there for collecting my salary and spending it, but beyond that, nothing else. We've also seen better adoption of e-health. People were very reluctant to discuss their health over the online with doctors and so on, but today, many people are more accepting of taking services online. I mean, nobody wants to take the risk of going to the hospital if you don't have to. You could contract COVID there. But one of the biggest impacts is education. I mean, my son hasn't seen a classroom or hadn't seen a classroom until since COVID started, until he went in for his mock exams for his IGCSE 2 weeks ago. And immediately after he finished his mock exam, he's back home doing online classes. I hope I'm not disturbing him next door. But that has also helped to reduce pollution. All the cars back and forth are taking people to work and people to school and back. The air is a bit cleaner. We've also seen government services going online. For instance, pensioners are not required to coalesce at a point, come and collect their pension. They now register and they pay their pension online, as it should be. The one area where we have made a lot of progress is in payments. E-payments has gotten a boost. I was just looking at the statistics this morning, and it seems as if POS payments and online payments have gone up by more than 50% over the record of last year. So that's a big one. And then we are seeing government services beginning to think about the inevitable. E-passport, e-driving license, they have to happen. So that's the big point. One of the things that will save Africa, really, not just Nigeria, is if we can achieve e-voting. We saw how the voting happened in America, live broadcast as it was happening. And I think that would then let the transparency bring about acceptance of results. The most peaceful election I've seen is in Ghana, but this is not because we're doing digital election. The people themselves probably have gone beyond tribalistic and opportunistic feeling towards a nationalistic outlook. So the election went well. But you can imagine if you put it on digital, just like happened in America, as the votes are counted, they're there broadcast on channels, just as it was broadcast on CNN, so that we'll have more stability and security to attract foreign direct investment. But the biggest thing I would like to see happen with the technology adoption is closing the gap, closing the opportunities gap between the haves and the have-nots. I mean, that gap is very wide, and that's a big to-do. E-insurance or tech insurance, where people take insurance through telecom companies, through maybe even contributing data points so that when they are ill, they can use the data points and get medical services. And remittances. It's still very difficult to pass money from overseas to here, and even in Nigeria to your people in the village and so on. So we've put a lot of emphasis on payments, but I hope that some will go on remittances. But let me summarize by saying, I would like to see transparency. How much does a governor earn, and what constitutes that earning? How much does a senator earn? My local government chairman, how much does he earn? And what is the composition? When do they get paid versus when do the other people providing essential services get paid? It should be pari passu and pro rata. That transparency is what I would like to see the digital transformation bring to the fore. Thank you, Rob.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Austin. A broad spectrum of topics to really set us up for a deeper dive. And I think, you know, some of the topics you referred to are here to stay beyond the end of the pandemic, right? A shift, an iteration of government services towards online, a provision of healthcare services to online, education to online. I mean, some of these solutions are here to stay. Michael, I'd love to hear, well, your thoughts on two questions. Imagine that we'll get to the end of the pandemic this year. Where is Nigeria 4 to 5 years from now as far as digital adoption right across its economy is concerned? What are the main sort of highlights you see we would have achieved by that time? And feel free to broaden the picture to wider African corners if you wish. The second question is, clearly there's an opportunity here for technology to be elevated to its rightful role in the society as far as policymakers, government officials, other civil stakeholders is concerned. Are we seeing a right testament of technology, a right imperative, I should say, of technology establishing itself here as far as the wider stakeholders across the economy are concerned? Over to you, Michael.
Okay, thank you very much, Rob. Thanks for having me. So on the first point, I don't claim to be a fortune teller, but I do see, for me, the biggest obstacle we have, I mean, a lot of the points have been made by the earlier speakers, which I agree with, the transformative effect of technology and what we've seen in the COVID and pandemic that has come out from that. But my bigger concern is that if you look at the technology adoption can only be reading on internet access. Today, if you look at Africa, GSMA projects that by 2025, we'll be achieving about 39% internet penetration. If you look at Nigeria today, the largest network in Nigeria reports active internet users at about 40% of their base. So while we have a lot to celebrate in terms of, shifting behaviors, we still have a huge market to cover. And the question would be, how would we now be able to get a lot more people online? And clearly, we already have an economic challenge with COVID. So in the medium term, we do have an economic challenge. But I guess the issue about getting more people online will be extremely critical, in my view. And that's where I think there needs to be a clearer and a more tempered and focused discussion between the industry and the government as to what can be practically done to sustain the kind of growth that we are seeing in terms of digital adoption. Another thing that is critical, I think, to me is, yes, we've seen a lot of progress in payments, but I'm picking up on one of the points that was made by an earlier speaker. How can we use technology to address some of our biggest economic problems? So for example, in Nigeria, we've talked about how we moved to a non-oil economy. Today, agriculture is 30% of our GDP, as at Q3 last year. And if you think about it, about 22% of adult males are employed in agriculture. So how do we now translate this kind of digital transformation that we're seeing in other sectors, which is more urban focused? How do we now translate that into supporting agriculture? So for example, we know agriculture, one of the biggest problems is in the last mile. The distribution is weak. So we can actually unlock a lot of value in the agri value chain if we target how we translate specific sectors. So that's one thing I would like to see, that yes, while we continue to see growth in the internet penetration, I think it's not aggressive enough. There are clearly issues that need to be addressed within the industry, in terms of broadband access, reliable access, rural penetration, low-cost technologies. I think there needs to be a tempered discussion with the government around those issues. And I think, secondly, we need to look at how we start targeting technology into specific sectors that can unlock the most economic and job creation value. On the second point you raised about how do we elevate technology to its rightful place, I think that we can begin to look at some examples in Africa. And technology must not be seen as a side event. Technology is an enabling, is a key tool to unlock value in our economies, especially with the economy. Technology must be given a central role as far as policy and regulatory discussions are concerned. And I'll pick up 2 or 3 examples. So for example, in Kenya today, which happens to be the #1 in terms of tech startup companies, Kenya has had a clear policy directive whereby technology is understood to be a critical part of its 2030 vision. So what you have is a situation where within that 2030 vision, they have now identified that they want to be the technology hub in East Africa. It's not a surprise that you see the number of startup companies sprouting out from Kenya, because there's been a policy support around it. In Tanzania today, there's also a discussion about the 2025 vision and understanding that technology is going to be a key part of that. The same thing in Rwanda. So these are countries that have had deliberate strategies about how do they integrate technology as a key tool to drive economic development in terms of their medium-term strategies. And that's what needs to be done in most parts of Africa. Because if you don't have the relevant policy support, then what happens is that you actually limit the growth of the industry. Because, you know, for example, you're dealing with other things like rights of way and things like that. But if you create the right policy environment where you enable tech startups to thrive and to grow, encouraging more capital into the economy, it enables these companies to come up with bespoke solutions, specific challenges that will unlock value in the economy. So I think there needs to be a more deliberate approach about how does technology become part of a deliberate medium-term economic development strategy.
Thank you, Michael. Onyechi, I want to bring you into the conversation. As part of a multinational technology engineering firm, I'm curious to hear what you see right across the continent, just sticking on the Pan-African view, and what good practices as far as policies to embrace and adopt and encourage technology right across the private sectors. What good practices do you see from your angle, and what of that could be applied to a Nigerian context in the near future?
Thank you, Rob. Really a pleasure to be here, and I think this is a very critical topic. As Austin and Michael mentioned, I think technology needs to be adopted very broadly across Africa for us to accelerate the pace of development, to leapfrog and be a competitive contributor to the global economy. Right now, as we're coming, I mean, COVID has had its good and bad effects. We've seen certain industries that have been very badly affected: the airline industry, tourism, the retail industry, and we've seen other industries that have benefited massively from COVID, and most of them are technology enabled. So pharmaceuticals, logistics, fintech, they've leveraged technology to start to grow their businesses and at an even higher pace. And there's faster technology development and adoption. But where does Africa stand? I think what we have with Africa is a realization that things can't continue the same way they are. I was happy when Austin made a call to the government on things that need to be done. And I think Michael also highlighted around the policies that need to be changed. Yes, government plays a role, but private sector is also waking up to the fact that unfortunately there is no safety net. And we, as private companies, need to work together to resolve the challenge of how to maintain our businesses and for the common man to have a livelihood. Because we don't mention that all the time, but the common man not having a livelihood, not having opportunities is a massive threat versus technology adoption. So where I think we need to understand is that there are massive opportunities in Africa for technology adoption in various industries. You're already seeing many companies in the energy industry start to create local metering, smart metering systems, automated payment systems. I think the proliferation of fintech across various sectors is also enabling faster technology adoption, collaboration, and scaling many businesses across Africa. We're also seeing logistics businesses that are leveraging technology platforms to start to grow their base in Africa. I think Uber is a very, very good one to highlight, and the same for e-health. And that was evident during the COVID crisis, where a lot of treatment options were available only electronically, and those were being highly leveraged. The issue we have, and of course in agriculture, I could go on, in industry, I could go on and on as to how digitalization tools and systems and technology as a whole is creating massive change and providing more yield, more output, more revenue, more opportunity, and expanding markets and access to markets. But I think where we are, of course, as you said, is what do we need to move forward? And it's not so much, I think technology as a whole it still remains a concept if we don't address some very fundamental issues. I think one of them is around planning. Planning as a nation, planning as businesses, and planning for the worst case, as we saw with the COVID pandemic. We had a worst case situation, and the countries that have a stronger base, stronger industrial base, the right policies, the right leadership have benefited in a sense now in the latter stages of the pandemic. And we are still struggling to find where we'll have treatment options and vaccinations from. So what we need to start to do as a country as a whole is the public sector has to start putting in place the right plans, the right visions, the right forecast, and as the plan as well to attract the right investment. And I think that is where the government plays its role. No one relies on government for finance anymore. So I would say the government's main role is to have the right policies across various sectors, because many sectors are interlinked by technology. We have technology across the education, agri, in manufacturing and healthcare sectors, as I've said, and we're seeing more and more technology adoption in transportation sector. But the government needs to have the right policies to ensure, to attract investment into the sector, also to ensure that it is easy to do business in those sectors. So planning for me is a big one, because once we have those plans, companies are able to understand, okay, the direction of these countries, of the nations as a whole in Africa, and decide where they want to invest and how. For me, the second next thing that got countries, private and public sector. So I'm saying the government has to plan and put the right policies in place, but businesses also have to understand the weaknesses in their market and start to address those threats proactively. So we're not seeing businesses wait for a downturn and then start to die out and phase out. And that's a common thing in Nigeria, for example. You drive down the street and you see a new business open and close every other day. But from I think more fundamentally is also education. We need to see proper curricula that is being rolled out by the government. We need to see the adoption again of e-technologies, virtual learning systems for the education sector. We need to see a more advanced curricula as well, and the training of lecturers and professors, exposure to more modern topics or courses or curricula as well. And then that brings me to the other, I think the major issue around collaboration and partnerships, where I think as a whole, African countries can't do it on their own. We now have the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. We're seeing other countries who have been severely impacted by COVID now looking beyond their shores to grow their markets. And we need to see more open platforms and this is where, again, we can adopt technology frameworks. I think virtual systems have been used to help companies continue their businesses, but we can adapt these as well to enable more collaboration between multinationals and local companies. And we at Siemens, as for example, are starting to support, or we've explored supporting hubs, accelerators, and small startups. And now we're trying to procure things more locally. So there is an opportunity for companies like Siemens Energy or other organizations to be able to even add more value if we have the right collaboration frameworks and partnerships. And the other thing is, I think with collaboration and partnerships is we're now seeing a situation where many the ecosystems across the world require you to have a more open interface for technology. So you can't have completely redundant technologies that can't speak to each other. So in doing so, we're also able to scale open platforms for technologies in different organizations that meet the local needs of countries in Africa. One other thing I'd like to mention, obviously, that underpins all of this is infrastructure. If we don't have sufficient power, if we don't have the right fiber optic backbone, if we don't have sufficient transportation or logistics systems, again, we will face situations where companies are not able to recover the returns on their investments. And this is happening constantly across all countries in Africa. I think some countries are far better than others, but there is a massive opportunity for us to develop the right infrastructure across Africa, interlinked infrastructure, so that companies are able to also adopt a better best practice for the ways of doing business and be able to be internationally or globally competitive and be able to also drive local value addition, because those systems are available in these countries. So I think those are some of those things that I think ultimately also drive innovation and scaling and adoption of even more advanced technologies. But fundamentally, these are some of the issues I think that governments have to address across Africa, especially now with the way we see, with the level of competitiveness and productivity we're seeing in other nations.
Thank you, Onyechi. I want to bring the focus back to the startups for a second. an important source of innovation and disruption, and forcing through change in areas where otherwise change might be slow and bogged down by bureaucracy. Maiwa, again, keeping the focus on sort of a Pan-African or perhaps even a global view, what examples come to mind with nations that get it right as far as encouraging startups, encouraging innovation, and having that innovation trickle down right across the economy, public to private sectors? What economies are getting it right, and what can African economies take a cue from?
Thank you very much, Rob. I'll talk particularly about the fintech sector, because that's the sector that I've sort of looked very deeply in. And I think previous speakers have actually said it all in terms of the fact that this is a concerted effort across a whole range of stakeholders. So it's more than just the government, it's more than just the private sector. It's actually everybody. So the regulators, and I think there was a point made which I strongly sort of agree with, which is the sense of everybody galvanizing towards a vision and a plan that is communicated and everybody knows, right? Once you know what the priorities are, you know where you're going and where you're heading towards, it is easy to sort of create innovation around that. So I think it has to be a very, very concerted effort to ensure that you have the right enabling environment for a startup. So one of the, when I talk to startups today, some of the questions and some of the issues that they all face is we can't find people. Right, and I always ask the question, so who is responsible for that? We're looking for good talent. So is it from making sure we have good schools? Is it making sure from making sure that the right curriculum is taught? Is it making sure that there is a right environment so that people don't leave the country and we don't have a brain drain? So it's really like a big sort of multifaceted effort to ensure that the startup ecosystem is conducive for players in this space. I think, if I were to sort of reflect and think about what makes an enabling environment, I think about it in sort of two angles. For me, the first thing is, what are you doing to make funding and financing, so both domestic and international, easier for startups? And then what are you doing to make sure that the operating environment is also conducive for startups to operate in? And so that, when you think about all the players in the ecosystem, when you think about this need for very strong planning and very strong direction from the top and sort of across board, I think one of the examples that where you see this happening actually globally is what Singapore did with its payments and its sort of online payment system. So from the very top, there was an agreement that this, we're going to become a digital economy, right? Digital from end to end, right down to even micropayments. When you look at a country like Nigeria today, the bulk of the cash we use is actually very small currencies. And it's, it's the 5 naira, it's the 10 naira, it's the 20 naira here. It's not, very few people are carrying $1 billion naira in cash to pay. So it's very small currency. So they decided that, look, we are going to be an e-economy, we're going to be a digital economy, and we're going to make sure that everything that we do around that is sort of galvanized towards ensuring that we are an economy. And so what then the regulator did was that they actually had a very proactive stance to leverage digital technologies for payment system oversight. And importantly, they actually also there was also a capability building approach, right? It wasn't enough to say, well, we're going to be an e-economy and well, we're going to, lay down the plan and whatnot. It was also that we're going to build capabilities across the industry, right? Collaborating with the industries. And then they were promoting sort of innovation in the fintech space while managing system risk. So that's one example that we can look at. And you actually also have, I think someone mentioned earlier, you also have countries such as Kenya, Rwanda, South Africa as well, who sort of taken that we're going to do something and we're going to build the enabling environment, but also the capability and the innovation centers to help drive growth in our economies.
Thank you so much. As I think about sort of the power that startups are starting to have the topic of organization and association and unity between those startups seems to be one that requires more attention. Speaking in a unified voice in order to have these thus far mostly individual success stories come together and act as a force of change and a force of taking its rightful place in economic development. Austin, can I hear your thoughts on what priorities you see? I mean, in your initial reply, you listed a number of sectors: e-health, e-education, e-government, where startups are making a mark. What are ways for that community to unite and organize themselves better than they are doing thus far in order to force a better and more conducive operating climate than what they have at their disposal today?
Yeah, Rob, regarding startups, it's my passion zone, because one day CWG was a startup, and today CWG is the biggest security in the ICT sector on the Nigeria Stock Exchange. My journey by itself tells me how powerful startups can be in empowering the economic transformation of a country. Just to put some numbers behind it, the publication from Sweden says that there are about 33 million micro, medium, and small enterprises. Maybe some of them are underemployed in that industry, but they put bread on the table. Now, Rob, if you think that each of these companies can be supported in a way that they can employ one additional person each, that alone will give rise to 33 million more jobs, albeit some very basic ones: hairdresser assistants, tailoring assistants. But that's 33 million more jobs. And if the unemployment figure today is 23 million, most of them being youth, which is a time bomb, and hence the insecurity in the country, that 33 million will mop up the unemployment and probably create some more. But easier said than done. How can we support the startups? As Onyeche said, it seems as if the startups are crying about skills. But it's not just skills. You hold one end of the balloon, the other end is bubbled up. They cry about finance. I think the important thing for the startup is the why of the business. Everybody knows what they want to do, and they know how they want to do it. But why are you doing what you're doing? And the startups, once they are able to define that properly, you see that the opportunity path to success is very clear. So I'm publishing a paper now, and I'll probably let us into it before it comes out. It's about transformation, because every new beginning gives room for transformative opportunities. Suppress reality, augment possibility, through those possibilities, create new realities. But there are 5 forces, as far as I'm concerned, that drive transformation. All of these are important for the startup. As far as my formula is concerned, which is the Austin's 5 forces model for driving transformation, the first is a great vision, What is the lacking service or product in my community that I can uniquely provide a solution to solve? And it's not that you provide that minimum value product and it's a big success overnight, but you have that idea concretized in a space. So that great vision needs a team behind it. So the first is vision, which is a V. The second is the first T, which is a team. The team has to be one that can learn, unlearn, and relearn, so that they can be agile throughout the discovery process and refining of the solution. Beyond the team, you also have constraints. The biggest constraint, as far as I know, is time. It's time. So if you're going to provide political promises, you have 4 years to do that in Nigeria. If you're going to take your IGCSE, you have 5 years to prepare. For your entry into university from A level is 2 years. Time is critical, and it has to fit within the time frame. After the time, The other thing you need is the resources. But the resources are as important as the resourcefulness of the team. You have to do what you have to do with what you have, because there's not an infinite amount of resources. But Rob, the biggest one is the last R, and that is the resolve of the team to work through thick and thin. And another one that I came up with is the 3 Ws, which I call the 3 Ws for success. So if you have that in place, you now go into what I say is the youth that are going into startup. It's not an easy path to tread because there's no path to follow. You are creating a trail and there's no blueprint. So what is the way power? That's the first W. What is the way power? And way power is to immerse and absorb everything that you can find on that particular topic or solution area, so that you're not a mile wide and inch deep. You are an inch deep, wide and mile deep. You know everything about what you're going to do about this, such that you have a unique advantage. You also need willpower, because many times people will tell you, listen, this thing is not going to work. Whoever thought that you could stay in your house and summon a taxi to come and pick you up? Since I was growing up, you go to the street and hail a taxi. But with Uber, you can stay in the house and people copied from that to get to where you can even be delivered groceries at home. The whole shopping experience has been Uberized. But that's the willpower, where someone says, Austin is not going to work, and you say, well, let me try one more time, maybe the success can come. The third W is the wait power. Wait power speaks to patience. A lot of our youth are very impatient, and they are the ones that are going to be going in startup. Yeah, older people also go, but mostly it's the youth. You have to cultivate a sense of patience, to wait for the crop you have planted to yield so that you have a big harvest. If you eat it at the seed stage, then there's nothing to harvest. If you drive on Lagos roads, you know what I'm talking about, patience. And it shows in every aspect of our lives, lack of patience to nurture the business. The first contract, you get paid and you are buying big cars and flying first class, and so you don't have patience. You are not going to go far as an entrepreneur. And people want also to believe you, because people buy from you for who you portray to be than for what you're doing. So the other equation will be the perception. Perception is the performance that you create minus the expectation you set. So you find a lot of our startups overhype and oversell. This is the expectation they create. Even if the performance is this, the performance minus the expectation is a negative perception. Just say what this thing can do and iteratively improve it. And when they don't deliver on what they promise, they go into what they call ghosting. You call the tailor from morning to night, you can't get him. It's Friday, he's promised you your cloth on Saturday for your function. And on Tuesday, he says it will be ready. On Thursday, you can't find him on the phone. Friday, you can't find him on the phone. So those are the things that destroy trust. Then people take their business to expatriates because they feel that they are more reliable. So these are the things that I see. What the also leadership saw in my going to be part of the faculty at Columbia Business School teaching entrepreneurship as an entrepreneur in residence is the power of mentorship. And that's what moved me to come back to set up the Also Leadership Academy. And what the Also Leadership Academy does is to bring in these people that are going to be setting up startups and teach them about, number one, the purpose and the vision and the whole gamut of a structure. Number two, strategies for geometric growth. Number three, transformation and putting a structure for governance. I think if we are able to bring this forward, then we can help the startups to do better. What's going to help them is the African Continental Trade Agreement, which is going to simplify 55 rules and 55 currencies into a set of homogeneous rules without unnecessary border challenges. So that's going to be a plus for them. Of course, capital is now finding its way easier towards us, as we mentioned, Paystack and Stripe, and many others. So those are going to be the leverage points, but you have to be in a position to take advantage of that leverage. Otherwise, it's going to be a boom and bust and will never really take our entrepreneurial business anywhere. Perhaps we should study the model of the Israelis. They have a very strong startup culture. Thank you, Rob.
Thanks, Austin. Thank you. Yeah, again, a couple of interesting topics we could spend much more time on. The AFCFTA certainly is one of them. But just in the interest of time, I wanna put one final question forward to the panel, and then shift to one or two questions that we've gotten from the audience. First one, and this is directed to Michael and Onyechi. Michael, you have an extensive background with large telcos. Onyechi, you work for a large multinational with a Pan-African presence. What is your recommendations to the many startup founders or entrepreneurs on the panel in terms of forging partnerships, meaningful win-win based partnerships with large companies such as MTN or Siemens? What have you seen that some of these approaches are perhaps missing, and what would you recommend startup founders to keep in mind when making those approaches? Onyechi, if I can start with you, and I'm going to ask you to keep your answer at about 2 minutes, just so that we can get to the rest of the questions from the audience. Sorry about that.
Thanks, Rob. No problem at all. I'll keep it very short. You know, I think I really liked Austin's, the passion with which he shared his 5 Austin's forces and his 3 W's for success. But for me, it boils down to passion and mindset. And if you look at that, we have that in droves as Nigerians. What we are sometimes lacking is structure, it is knowledge, and it is capacity. And for those things, what I would encourage startups to start to do is to really be more, the first thing an investor is looking for is that they can trust you. It's not about what you can offer, because that investor likely has a lot more years in developing their own systems. They have access to technology and know-how that you can't get, and they have capacity. And at times what they need is to trust that you can do what you're saying. And I think fundamentally, we need our startups to have a mindset shift to how they can provide value in very difficult climates. And for that, they need to train, learn, be open to knowing new things into the sector you're penetrating, about the company you're trying to collaborate with, and about your business. And you have to have a structured plan in place. So it can't stay here. You have to have it documented and clear and very easily communicated and easy to understand. I think the other thing is about also being able to leverage the different platforms and put yourself out there, communicate, be present, be visible, and then try and not be afraid to fail. I think it's something as Africans, our culture sort of balks at failure. And even evidence of failure is almost inviting enough for a potential partner or an investor to show we've tried this and tried that and experiment. And there are accelerators, there are hubs, there are all sorts of infrastructure. Nigeria is not top of the list in Africa, but we do have access to various infrastructure for collaboration. I think hubs are popping up all over the space, and incubators as well, and trying to know who is in your space, who's a potential competitor and partner, and even where can your competitor be your partner. So there's so much to be said, but I think ultimately we need a mindset shift for startups, thinking it is a long process, it is a hard run, you need to stay till the end, and you need to plan for it to be tough, and plan for your returns to take a while to go. I could say so much more, but I think in general, that would be my feedback for.
Very, very useful advice. Thank you. Michael, can I ask you to add 2 minutes of your thoughts to that?
No, thanks a lot. There's been a lot said already, but let me first say I have a very healthy respect for the startups. The young startups are facing huge challenges. I'm sure Austin will agree. The operating environment is a lot more difficult today than when you started Computer Warehouse Group. But I think the key thing for me is today's speaker, the headline speaker talks about companies, African companies that are proactive and are purpose-driven. I think the startups are very purpose-driven businesses because they are solving unique, bespoke, nuanced problems in our environment. So for example, if you see what ULesson has done, it's amazing. I mean, literally creating an online platform, an online curricula for different stages of education across the whole value chain. I think that is amazing. But I think that maybe what the startups need to be better at is how do you message the value that you create? Because when you're doing something like that, you're literally transforming the educational sector. You're making it education a lot more at anybody in government, any minister of education who would not be happy to associate himself or herself with that initiative. So I think it's about the messaging, understanding, quantifying the clear value you are adding, working with established multinationals, and being able to sell that to the private sector in a way that is very concrete and is very clear. So today I was quite alarmed, a bit alarmed when the DG of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement was talking about working on payment platforms across Africa to support AfCFTA, and they already exist. I mean, today, mobile money platforms exist all over Africa. You have companies like MFS Africa that create platforms for interoperability, for services, for products, for payments across Africa. So I think these answers already exist. And I think what I would like to see, for example, it will be interesting for the startup community to work with, go to the AfCFTA and say, what can we do to actually facilitate and make this happen? Beyond all of the high-level discussions and strategies, what technology solutions can we bring to bear to enable these things come to life? Those options are there. So I think that it's really more about how it's packaged and how it's messaged. I think it's a very important sector in our economy. It's translating across all sectors because it's unlocking productivity and efficiency in all sectors of the economy. But I think the messaging, in addition to the points that have been made, I think it's more about the messaging, more partnership with other key stakeholders in the ecosystem and with the public sector.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, and you raise a really interesting topic, particularly with regards to AfCFTA and the input or the room for input from, I would say, the private sector at large and startups in particular. That's an area for improvement, to say the least, and hopefully an area that we'll see much more improvement in. Okay, we've got a few minutes left, and there are a couple of great questions coming in from the audience. So let's try and address one or two of them. Mayowa, I'm going to call on you for a first one surrounding the crypto ban that the Central Bank of Nigeria is it implemented or perhaps re-emphasized recently? Just to refresh everybody's mind, so there was a circular coming from the Central Bank of Nigeria, I believe, late last week to local financial institutions, ordering them to shut down all bank accounts associated with cryptocurrency trading platforms. I mean, aside from, well, maybe let's take the bigger question here. When we talk about the progressive stance we want policymakers to have towards, well, in this particular question, fintech, how much of a signal should we derive from this particular action? And is there a bigger story that you feel needs attention here, as far as perhaps the cautious, overly conservative approach that Nigerian policymakers have in this case towards technology development and fintech in particular?
Thank you, Vero. I think that's a very interesting question, and you can see the arguments from both sides of the equation. At the end of the day, the central bank needs to make sure that there is financial system stability. But very recently, actually, the South African regulators, I think it's something similar to what we have in Nigeria with our sandbox. They had four fintechs admitted into their sandbox area, and 3 out of those 4 were cryptocurrency-based fintech companies, right? So I think central bank, rightly so, needs to make sure that it ensures the stability of our financial system and ensures that threats to our financial system are curtailed. But I do believe that and I know Nigeria does have a fintech sandbox or an innovation sandbox currently in place. I think once those are fully operational, we can begin to see sort of some more relaxed measures or some more experimentation, because there's an area to sort of test and learn with some of these newer technologies, which we are not necessarily familiar with. So I think, you can see both sides of the argument. You can see why people will say this is potentially hampering innovation and so on and so forth. But I do believe that there are, I think there are ways around it, and we can see what some other regulators have also taken, some steps other regulators have taken to test and learn. And hopefully, once our sandbox is sort of fully operational, we can see some of the sort of more relaxed and flexible approaches towards new technology.
Got it. Thank you so much, Mohammed. Okay, very final question. Then we're already taking time out of the next panel, so I want to keep this really short. I want to ask every panelist a very hypothetical but interesting question. Imagine our friends at Business Day make available a pot of money, $1 million, for you to allocate in only one specific sector today. What? And obviously, it should be a tech-enabled sector. It should be an investment based on the promises of the technologically driven growth in that sector. What sector would you pick? Any volunteer to go first? Otherwise, I'll pick one.
Can I go?
Of course.
I'll pick agriculture. I'll pick agriculture because one, because of the scale. In most economies, African economies, were very agri-focused. Two, in terms of the impact, in terms of wealth creation for a lot more people, employment generation for a lot more people, and bringing a lot more people into the, in terms of digital literacy, creating a lot more digital literacy that will have ripple effect in the economy. That would be.
Thanks, Michael. Austin, I see you smiling. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'll go for power, because after the farmers plant all they plant from Michael's farm, they are all going to rot away if there's no proper storage, whether it be animal agriculture or plant agriculture. When I've done the analysis, and my mother is Ghanaian, my father is from here, so I've shuttled the two countries, and I look at why Ghana is miles ahead and increasing the gap. It's power. There is power for everybody to do any business they want to do, be it agric or any entrepreneurial business. But it's money that should be effectively spent so that when you spend $1, it translates to a kilowatt of power. Our problem is that we're spending the money, but it's disconnected from the output from power, and that's the problem. So in addition to allocating the money, I'll look at the structure to ensure that it delivers.
Understood. But key takeaway, power. And already we're forging partnerships here between the power and the agricultural sector. So that's a good thing. Maiwa, what's on your right at the top of your shortlist?
For me, I would say it's going to be financial services and payments. You're going to have to pay for all of your agricultural inputs. You're going to have to pay for your power. All of that money needs to flow somewhere. And once we can fix and make sure that everybody has access to financial services and digital payments, I think the only way is up. So I'm a pro financial services person.
There we go. You're investing in the new pay stack, getting bought up for millions of dollars in a few years now. Okay, last but not least, Onyechi, who's on your shortlist?
No, I'd have to take the $1 million, add some of my own money, and then combine it with Austin's because it's power for me. Apart from the fact that it's where my core expertise lies, I've been in the power industry for about 2 decades now, and I'm very passionate about the fact that it can unlock so much across different sectors. It is a key input for industrialization. We can never be a competitive nation if we do not leverage different technologies, and you can enable a different different opportunities for startups and smaller firms with power as well, directly and indirectly. So they can participate in that sector as well and add value in so many ways. So I would say power would be number one for me.
Great. Well, dear panel, thank you so much. I see thriving agricultural businesses powered by efficient, hopefully renewable energy, and paid for by digital payment solutions coming up in the next few years. No doubt about that. I want to thank everybody on the panel. I want to thank the audience for some really thought-provoking questions and for your attention during this panel. And I want to hand it over back to the Business Day team to set it up for the next panel.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Thank you very much, Rob. Thank you to all our panelists for that very interesting session. We will be moving on at this time to our next panel discussion, and it's titled Human Capital and Talent Development in Africa, 1.2 billion people in the global skills game. The moderator for this session is Tayo Fagbule, and he's the editor of Business Day Media. I'll be handing over now to Tayo. Over to you, Tayo. Over to you.
Okay, good afternoon and good evening to everyone. Welcome to this session, panel 4 on human capital in Africa. With me, I have two great ladies who will be discussing this topic with me, and I'll go straight to introducing them, and we'll get started immediately so that we can make up for little loss of time. Okay, so we have two ladies, as I mentioned. One is Lucy Pearson. Lucy Pearson is the country director for West Africa for the British Council. Lucy has a 20-year career working in 14 countries for the British Council mainly. And right now she's responsible for the British Council's largest operation in sub-Saharan Africa, which is Nigeria. Lucy, you're welcome.
Thank you, Tayo. Pleasure to be here.
Good, Lucy. Second person that will be joining us, second lady with us today is Rolake Rosiji. Now, Rolake has a background in, she's been in many places, probably as many careers as, many sectors as many countries as Lucy has been to. Rolake has been into digital payments, credit finance, fast-moving consumable goods, renewable energy, as well as currently, I think recently, we just announced as CEO of Jobberman. Rolake Rosiji, you're welcome. Hello, Rolake. Can you hear me, Rolake? Yeah, maybe you have to look at your audio. Take a look at audio. Might just be a bit of a problem with the audio. How's it now? Much better? Okay, while we're trying to sort out Rolake, we'll just give a brief introduction of what we're going to be discussing today on this panel. It's pretty straightforward. What we've discovered is that, well, human capital obviously is the most important thing for Africa, the 1.2 billion of us. Now, if we're going to make the best of the free trade bloc that started early this year in January, there's no doubt that you need the human capital to drive it. Whether it's on the farms or whether it's in the power, people who are going to work on the farms, who are going to work in the factories, there need to be power. People who are going to make those transfer payments. That the last panelists were talking about, human capital is at the heart of it. The innovation, the thinking behind it, all of this is human capital. And there are 1.2 billion of us. How can we tap into that whole? How can we make all of that work for Africa? So that's what we'll be discussing today. I don't know if Rolake has been able to sort out her problem with the audio. But as we said, human capital and talent development in Africa. 1.2 billion of us, are we in this game? Are we in play? Well, in 2019, there's some numbers here that are quite interesting that I could actually start with. 1 million unemployed Africans enter the job market monthly, a staggering amount. On the flip side, 30 million jobs can be created with the free trade zone. Okay, Ralika will soon join us. Okay, so we'll go on. So those are the numbers. So those are some of the numbers we say. 1 million people, 1 million Africans, unemployed Africans, enter the job market every month. But then 30 million jobs can be created every year through the Africa Free Trade Zone. Now, how do we get into that? That's what we're going to be discussing today. So I'll start out with Lucy. Lucy, let's see. The British Council carried out a study recently that's called Next Generation, basically on Nigeria. And 10 years ago, they did a similar report. And I carried out a survey of some of the youths that you interviewed for your report. And in that report, what you discovered was that two major things that were on top of mind of most Nigerians, and was lack of jobs, and then of course the lack of opportunities. Now, could you just tell us how, from your experience of working with the British Council, and then based on this report, how is the British Council trying to fix these big major concerns, which I imagine also cut across Africa?
Yeah, thank you, Tayo. It's a good question. And obviously, British Council focuses on creating opportunities and enabling young people to fulfil their potential, improving their employability, their resilience, and their networks. So we've been in this space for a long time, and across programs, not just in Nigeria, but in the 19 countries in sub-Saharan Africa where we work. Our focus has been very much around education and skills development and supporting nascent entrepreneurs through the life cycle, right from primary age children through to higher education, technical, vocational, and through to young professionals. And obviously with the growing youth population and the challenges facing young people in sub-Saharan Africa around skills development, skills for employability, and actually getting those jobs. As you rightly said, Tayo, the Next Generation Nigeria Research Report, which we launched in November 2020, highlights many of these challenges, as well as security, stability, and young people actually having a voice and influence in their communities. So, you know, how are these gaps fixed? And many ways, and I think perhaps if I focus on through our experience in sub-Saharan Africa, in Nigeria, working with partnerships. I know in the previous session, you know, I heard quite a lot around scalable and sustainable, and that's our approach too. And we do that mainly by working in partnership with could be governments, federal, state, private sector. But partnerships, British Council can't solve this problem alone, and those partnership opportunities are absolutely key to this challenge. But from our experience, a number of thoughts to share about how we fill the gap around the growing youth population, the challenge that we see. I mean, I think the first one for us with the British Council would be around prioritising government budgets towards education. I think the UN recommends 16% of budgets towards education. I don't think that's often attained in many countries that we're in sub-Saharan Africa. Again, sticking with education, curriculum reform towards developing 21st century skills for employability. And those are some of the softer skills, the critical thinking, the team working, the analysis that perhaps isn't embedded in curricula in the countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Obviously, skills development, increased focus on technical and vocational education rather than just the formal education and qualifications and the academic side. Public and private sector partnerships, so really having that close-knit relationship so that young people coming out of education have got the skills that the employers are looking for, and that gap can be addressed through the stages of education. And through the next generation research as well, we saw increasingly numbers of young people. We surveyed over 5,000 young people in Nigeria, showing a real aspiration towards self-service and self-direction. You know, they don't think this is just going to be done for them and handed to them on a plate. Actually going out there, finding the opportunities to educate themselves, learning from peers and the communities around them, whether that's faith-based organisations or other influences within the communities. I think it's really important. And also our work across our programme focuses on, I've focused heavily there on education, but support for skills development, whether that is teachers, whether it's young people or nascent entrepreneurs, as I mentioned before, including being able to commercialise that brilliant idea that they have. So that's on the skills tile. I mean, I can say a bit more about what exactly the British Council is doing through some of their programmes, not just in Nigeria, but sub-Saharan Africa. I'll pause there in case you want to hand over to Rolake. I think you're on mute, Tayo.
Okay, Rolake has just joined us. Fantastic. Thank you, Lucy. Rolake, good to have you. Sorry about that glitch. Okay, good. So Rolake, congrats on your appointment as CEO.
Thank you, Tayo. Good to be here.
Good, fantastic. Now, just basically tying to what Lucy just mentioned about the importance of scalable, sustainable, and given the skills, changing in demand for skills from problem solving, critical thinking. Now, you're at Nexus as Jobberman, okay? You're at the Nexus. Maybe you could talk about that, because the world is facing a dual disruption. Some jobs are emerging, you need skills for that, and some other jobs are disappearing. So what are you as Jobberman seeing at that? As a matchmaker, you're there in the market, you're seeing the demand, you're seeing the supply. What are you seeing? And can you just give us an idea, okay, not just in Nigeria, but Africa, an idea of the scale of the demand and supply that this dual disruption is causing?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the introduction, Tayo, and thank you for your well wishes. So yes, I've just resumed as CEO for Jobberman Nigeria. Jobberman, our vision is to connect the right people with the right jobs. So that's really how simple it is. That's what we do. So we are seeing major changes in the job economy right now, both in Nigeria and across Africa. As we already mentioned in the panel sessions earlier, due to the trading bloc, the Africa Free Trade Continental Trading Area forming now, Africa is going to be the largest trading bloc with 1.2 billion people and the youngest trading bloc, especially when we look at Nigeria, majority of the population being below 35 years old. So this is really an area of huge opportunity for Nigeria and for Africa. Following COVID last year, what's on everyone's lips and minds is, oh my gosh, the economy is doing poorly. Unemployment as a result has increased. What we saw last year in Nigeria was an increase to around 27% unemployment, which was up from like 23% in 2019. And this was worst for the people between the ages of 18 and 34, where unemployment has actually dropped to about 35%. So it is a very serious time right now in Nigeria and in the economy in general in terms of people being out of work. However, it is not all bad news. And what we see in our database in Jobberman, because we have job listings that come in from employers and we have people who are looking for the jobs, we can measure the data on the trends across different sectors. So what we saw last year was a major drop in job listings, employers looking for people in sectors such as manufacturing, hospitality, leisure, most sectors where there needed to be face-to-face contact. Customer service also saw a drop. However, positively, there were quite big rises in sectors such as ICT, banking, financial services. The previous panel, as you ended, you asked them, what parts of the economy would they really focus on? And the answers were agriculture, payments and digital, renewable energy. And what I can say with pleasure is that in Nigeria, these sectors did actually see an uplift towards the end of last year. And we saw that reflected on JobWoman's platform. We saw more employers going out and trying to recruit in these sectors, and more people being placed in jobs in these sectors. I can go on and talk a bit more about what we will be doing this year, but perhaps I'll stop here and wait for you to kind of direct where the conversation should go to next.
Yeah, I think you set the tone, right? You and Lucy. Okay, so what we're saying is that the need for skills and the need for changes for the jobs of the future. Well, obviously, we're already seeing that demand for those kind of jobs, and it's glad. I mean, how the likes of ICT, payments, and renewables are some of the top sectors that are doing well. These sectors apparently also are some of the places that are most promising for jobs in Africa, ICT-based services as well as transport. But then, of course, COVID changed things. Now, if we listen to what our panelists in the past have said, well, this COVID might have disrupted things, but I don't think it has stopped the growth for Africa. So, which is why I would probably like to ask Lucy, basically to share some of the experience they have had across Africa, just basically things that they're doing to help people acquire those skills, these new skills that are required for the new jobs of the future.
Thank you again, Tayo. I mean, if I can start again with education, because I think it's the foundation to develop those skills and the life skills and ultimately employability. I think there's a program that we run across sub-Saharan Africa called Connecting Classrooms, and basically it links schools and classrooms and school leaders and teachers across countries, within countries, and back to the UK. We've invested over £19 million in this program since 2015 across 18 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. And over that time, over 16,000 schools have participated across 18 countries. We've engaged with and influenced nearly 900 policy makers in sub-Saharan Africa, ultimately with a view to enhancing the curriculum and education policy. And the programme itself focuses on core skills that are transferable for young people, school leadership, and also inclusive education. And again, working in partnership with education policymakers and building the capacity of teachers and learners to enhance that quality of education and supporting the development of skills for the 21st century and employability. But not just working in isolation. I mean, as I said before, working with federal and state government, parastatals, school leaders, parents, the whole ecosystem to ensure that these changes are appropriate to the context that we're working in, as well as impactful and sustainable. So that's one programme across sub-Saharan Africa. Another one that started in Nigeria and then was such a success that it moved over to Kenya. And in a completely different sector, this was working with young creative entrepreneurs, particularly in film and fashion, growing sectors, of course, in Nigeria. And as we diversify the economy here, a fantastic sector as we perhaps look less to oil and gas and more to new sectors. So working with well over 100 creative entrepreneurs from the film and fashion sector to connect them, to go through mentorship, some shadowing, right through from business and commercial skills, as I said, monetizing the offer, taking that online to the audiences, and also enhancing and their creative skills as well. And some fantastic relationships were formed between the film entrepreneurs and the fashion entrepreneurs, and they came together. So we ran that in Lagos. We scaled it up to a couple of other states in Nigeria, and such was the success that this is now carried on across in East Africa, working with creative entrepreneurs in Kenya. So across the scale, and I could continue, Tayo, but we've got a number of programs that we've built up with their experience, but as I said, working in partnership and making sure that those interventions are appropriate for the people and the communities that we're working with. And of course, with such a diverse country like Nigeria, or a diverse continent like Sub-Saharan Africa, what's right in Lagos isn't necessarily right in Kano and over in Nairobi. So we need to be really mindful of that.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Rolake, I'm going to bring up something that I think you as Jobberman will probably find interesting. One is that, okay, fine, I think the Google and the IFC got together last year, just okay, fine, to put a ballpark figure. Okay, look, how much is the internet economy of Africa worth? And they come up with a figure and they say, you know what, it's worth about 180 billion. It will be worth 180 billion, say by 2025. Now, you are an example of that growth. Okay, Jobberman itself is basically part of the internet economy of Africa. Now, but what I would like to ask is, what are you seeing at Jobberman? Okay, because you mentioned about the demand that grew in ICT, banking, finance, payments. Okay, now, are you able to fill that demand? Okay, so we have this projection from IFC and Google, and then you are there at that nexus matchmaking people who are seeking for jobs and people who are looking for employers. Do you see that ability, and what do we need to scale really from where you sit, from what you see?
Yeah, Tayo, that's a great question. And I want to answer it by talking about the major partnership that Jobberman is currently working on. So Jobberman has entered a partnership with the MasterCard Foundation to put 5 million Nigerians in jobs by 2025 and to train up 3 million Nigerians. This is a huge feat, and the focus of this partnership is across the agriculture, digital, and creative sectors. So you're asking me about the internet economy, and a third of what we are targeting is digital. That's exactly what we are looking to fill in partnership with MasterCard. We started off this piece of work last year, and we've been successful in placing 52,000 Nigerians in jobs across these 3 sectors. And our focus is on the north of Nigeria, in particular, and also we're trying to place especially females into jobs. Your question, are we able to fill these jobs with the present capacity and the present skill level? It's very interesting being at the nexus of connecting job seekers and those who are looking to employ people, because what you often hear is, that there's not enough people with these skills, or we're looking for people with this particular talent, but we can't find them. And then from the job seeker perspective, you're hearing that, I've been searching for a job, I have so and so training and certificate, but I can't find it. What we're finding is that the talent is out there, but sometimes the skills, whether it be interpersonal skills or technical skills, are missing. So last year, we actually ended up having more listings than we could place. So last year at Jobberman, we made, yes, more listings than we could place with candidates. Last year at Jobberman, we made our job listing service free. So any employer it's still free because of COVID. So any employer can go onto the Jobberman website and place a job description for free. And what our platform does is that it sifts through all the candidates that we have in our database. And we have about 2 million candidates in our database. It sifts through all the CVs and it pulls out with very smart algorithms those who are best placed to do the job. And then we have in-house recruiters. So if an employer so desires, we can then do further assessments through tests or further interviews to figure out who is really the best candidate for this job. And at the end of last year, since we made the job listings free, we doubled the number of listings on our platform, and we were not able to fill all the listings with candidates. So what we are also engaging in is a lot of work on training. So I mentioned that the MasterCard Foundation has 2 goals. 1, to place candidates into jobs, and 2, to train up candidates. So we are doing a lot of work training up candidates in competency-based skills that are specific to the employer's needs. So an employer can tell us exactly the skill set they require, and we'll train up the candidates to make sure they're fit and able to succeed in these roles. And we're also training them in soft skills how to build relationships, how to talk to customers, because a lot of young people, go through their education and they've actually missed out on this soft skill training. You can sit down and do maths exam, English exam, but no one has taught you how to interact with people. So that's quite a large focus for us right now. We also provide some free courses on Coursera that job seekers can go online and do. And we need to scale up. We cannot do this in a face-to-face basis because it will not reach enough people, which is why we are very focused on doing this through technology, doing this online so we can reach as many people as possible. We're even using Telegram to do training because we just want to meet as many people as you can get out to meet. And, COVID actually helped us because COVID forced us to move in creative ways. I wasn't here, but Jobberman moved in extremely creative ways last year because people could not meet together. So going online, using Telegram, thinking of things like USSD to get information out there is what we've been doing and what we plan to do over the next few years to really reach as many job seekers and employers as possible.
That's great. That's amazing. And so back to that issue is about scalability. So how do you use technology to reach many more people? And just before I go to basically get her to share some of the experiences on how you can basically scale and how you can sustain some of these programs that they have, to share that experience, I'll ask our viewers who are out there so that they can send their questions directed to either of the panelists. You visit slido.com, slido.com, with the code #ABC21. You can send questions to either of the panelists right now who are talking about the 1.2 human capital and talent development in Africa are 1.2 billion in the global skills gameplay. So we're trying to find how to crack that big market, which is really Africa's biggest asset, this human capital, 1.2 billion of them. And we have Lucy Pearson from British Council, who is sharing experience, and Rolake Rosiji, who is CEO of Jobberman, also sharing experience. So please, you can send your questions to slido.com with the #ABC21. So, Lucy, could you just speak to us about the in-demand skills? Because I think both between you and Rolake, there's some words that keep coming up, the soft skills. Now, you mentioned about the need for the curriculum to change. Okay, could you just tell us how critical and important it is for the soft skills going forward for, the kind of jobs that are required?
Thank you, Payo. I think Rolake touched on this very well when she was speaking just before around the importance of those soft skills. And as I touched on the Connecting Classrooms program that we run, enhancing young people's soft skills and to readiness for the world and the job market. So it's absolutely critical, and I think in terms of the changing demand from employers and sectors, and being able to thrive and survive in the changing economy. And I think digital is really important. Obviously, Rolake's just touched on that. COVID, as it hit Nigeria in March last year, completely changed the landscape in terms of, again, the skills. We've got 200 staff in Nigeria. We go into our 11 offices across Nigeria every day, and then in March it was completely turned on its head as we suddenly had to have everybody working from home. Now, whilst we are computer literate, again, it was a complete change in the practice. So I think in terms of the skill, ICT, computer literacy, absolutely key, as well as the soft skills. And through some of our programs, not just the one I've touched on, but also some of the professional development qualifications that we run, those soft skills continue. So for example, we run accounting ACCA exams, but there's also a ethical accounting and skills program and exams that we run. So it's the softer skills, even around the hard accounting qualifications that are sought. And to scale up just quickly on ICT and that scalability, some of the programs we're running are with really marginalised communities in hard to reach areas. So again, COVID turned this on its head in March. How do we continue to deliver the work at scale with some of the hard to reach groups that we work with, particularly in the north of Nigeria. So technology, not everybody, of course, with power and data issues. So that's not the answer to the question exactly, although increasingly we can reach more audiences through digital and online. But for example, we've used devices, we've given out devices with SD cards, we've used WhatsApp bursts, bite-sized chunks through WhatsApp to work with teachers and young people to continue the programs and their skills development, even when they've not been able to access the classroom. And we will continue to do that to be able to operate at scale and to be able to reach some of the most hard to reach communities that we're working with.
For that, sharing that experience. Okay, but I'll also still probably just staying with you, Lucy, as well. And I'll probably see if I can link that up with Rolake. One of the things you mentioned about is emphasis on vocational education. Now, how's that? How's that? I mean, what's your experience with that? Because I think that also is. I think COVID also probably has made that a reality. Really, that at the end of the day, I mean, if you're going to learn some skills, they don't have to be school-based. They don't have to be the formal education. And of course, with this emphasis on vocational education, how do you see that working out?
Yeah, I'm mindful that I'm a guest in Nigeria, so I think others can talk more about. I think there's perhaps a cultural shift that started but needs to continue in terms of the perception of vocational and technical skills perhaps being less valuable than academic qualifications, which I disagree with if I'm putting that out there. And when we've done work in this area, I mean, I've talked about creative entrepreneurs, but even areas that perhaps people wouldn't associate with the British Council sectors. So we've worked in agri-tech, construction. So whilst, our core is around the arts and creatives and education, if we're talking about skills development, we're pretty agnostic when it comes to which sector. It's the skills development that's important. So again, drawing on experiences, not just from the UK, but from across sub-Saharan Africa to enhance technical and vocational skills from school age and upwards post-formal education. And I think, changing that perception is an ongoing challenge, but a great opportunity to fill this employability gap.
Okay, Rolake, so maybe you could also just speak to that as well, because I mean, you started this program of training some of the people that apply to you, and do you see that change happening already in terms of that mindset that, okay, fine, look, I don't have to have formal education, and then we have to adjust, okay, to the demands of these days. So for instance, trainings on Coursera and what have you, do you see that change in mindset even from those who are seeking for jobs and realizing that, look, maybe a formal education won't cut it this time around. I just have to change to meet the present reality.
Yes, Tayo, and you know what? The job economy, it's driven by employers. So employees have to be the ones who are extremely agile. They have to shift, they have to do the right training that is required to get the job that employers are looking for. So absolutely, I've seen this shift happening. And Lucy, I completely agree with you on the importance of vocational training and how perhaps there needs to be some sort of cultural rethinking on the heavy value that we place on very formal education in Africa. And, it's right that we are proud, we're obsessed with degrees and all these different qualifications. It's right to be proud of these achievements. However, you should be just as proud that you're a technician in a particular area, whether that means you can go out and you can be a very high quality mechanic, or you can work on the farm and you truly understand crop science and how seeds need to be planted in order to get the right yield. So I really agree with you, Lucy, that we do need to rethink how we see vocational training, and it's something to be proud of, and it's where the jobs are. In Job Woman, we're actually undergoing a bit of a shift in that we are very interested in blue-collar workers, and being able to facilitate recruitment for people who are looking for blue-collar workers and those with and also those with the vocational and technical skills, not only looking at the very formal white-collar sector. So yes, we're seeing an uplift in banking, financial services, ICT, but our program that we're doing in partnership with MasterCard, as I said, is focusing on agriculture, creative, and digital. And the sorts of training that we're going out to do, we have to think a lot more in terms of vocation. And we have to really make sure we're developing the right databases of people. So we partner, for example, with agriculture, with Ahmadu Bello University. And yes, there are people there with university degrees, but Ahmadu Bello also works with, extension workers and those who are just out there in the field with very practical knowledge. So we're very interested in that particular kind of slice of the job economy. And that's where a lot of jobs are actually still open despite the downturn in the economy with COVID. So we do want to encourage younger people to think more about this.
Wow, wonderful. So I think both of you also, I guess you have varied experiences, but it would be nice, as one of the questions have just come in, and to keep in mind that this is the Africa Business Conference. The conference is on Africa, really. So, and Africa is as diverse as the 54 countries, the languages are just as diverse, and the rules and laws also probably also diverse. But that's the whole idea of having one trade bloc. So, one of the viewers would like to know, how do I address the need for standardization across countries consistent with a single trading bloc future of Africa? So where you have, okay, fine, what will be the skills? Do you have a mismatch in terms of skills that are required in, say, Lusophone Africa as against Anglophone Africa or as against Francophone Africa? Do you see that? I think both of you can take that. So, sorry, okay, I'll toss a coin. Lucy, you go first.
No, I got heads then. Thank you, Tayo. Well, yeah, a really good question. I mentioned, I think earlier, around sort of relevance to the diversity of Nigeria, the diversity of sub-Saharan Africa, and any, obviously in the context of the British Council, any interventions, any programs, any activities being relevant to that context. And I think this speaks to the question that's coming from one of the audience members. Standardization, one size fits all, broad brush, does it work? Not for me, no. But I think there's some core learnings and, learnings that can be taken and then by different sectors, by different countries in sub-Saharan Africa, Anglophone, Lusophone, Francophone, and applying that appropriately in the context that they're working in. Certainly I think British Council, I mentioned working in partnership. We wouldn't for 1 minute, okay, we've been in Nigeria 76 years, but we work in partnership because there are people that can do together greater than the sum of our parts, but they understand deeply the needs and the communities and what those right interventions are. So working together and taking best practice or good practice and learning lessons from elsewhere and making that relevant and appropriate in the context that you're working for is key. So I think it's a kind of mixed model.
I tend to agree. Rolake, what do you think?
Hi there. Yes, I'm fully aligned with that point of view. About 6-7 years ago, there was a British government DFID funded project in the construction sector in Nigeria to build up skills in construction in particular, everything across the value chain from cement development to building to carpentry. And I always remember that there was a lot of extremely skilled people coming over from Ghana, from Benin with great skills, and that Nigerians were employing a lot of, and they in turn were even training up Nigerian carpenters and builders. However, they had some issues because they did not have the same certificates that a Nigerian might have. So at that time, we were actually looking at standardizing qualifications across West Africa. I tell that story just to say that there's so much learning that can take place across Africa, regardless of the sector. And organizations like the British Council, with presence across all these countries, can really help to steer these learnings and knowledge transfer. Also, with Jobamon, we are part of a larger group that has presence, in Kenya, in South Africa, in Ghana, and in Senegal, elsewhere. So we do learn from each other. We have regular meetings with one another, and we learn what's going on in different sectors and try and also just get ideas of how to develop. So I see the transferability of skills across countries much in a similar way. However, in order for that to work, we're going to have to work very hard on a political level to allow free flow of people. And nothing is going to succeed unless that is workable, and unless you're not treated, you are treated well when you move to another country in Africa, because sometimes you find in Africa that you go to another country and you're treated pretty poorly. So on a political level, making sure that immigration is easy enough, and and across all sectors of the economy, not just people going in for big jobs, then that's actually what's needed first, in my perspective, and then working on standardizing and whatever certifications, vocational qualifications are needed across markets.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Now, the second question really talks to, and I think so the viewer, the audience would like to know, are there any gender dimensions that you, Lucy, and Rolake are observing requiring maybe separate interventions to address inequalities, and how are these addressed? Because yes, the millions of people unemployed, 1 million unemployed every month, after holds opportunity for 30 million, but do men and women have that equal chance or opportunity? Are there inequalities that you're observing, and how are these being addressed? So Rolake has this time, so you go first.
Okay, let me check I've got the question right. So there are billions of people being employed. Are there any policies that can enhance this? Is that the question?
Let me read it directly, so to avoid the confusion. Are there any gender dimensions that Lucy and Rolake are observing requiring maybe separate interventions to address? How are these addressed? Equality in getting these opportunities, these skills, so are there any inequalities you're observing, and how can this be addressed? That's the question. So in that push to get 1.2 billion above Africa's employed, are there inequalities that you're observing as Jobberman and at the British Council, and how are they addressed?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Great question, especially as you have two women on the panel today. I mean, so the large program that we're doing to place 3 million people in jobs actually has a gender dimension, which is to place more women in those jobs than men. So we have been able to gather quite a lot of learnings about gender in Jobberman, especially as we are focusing on the north of Nigeria, where there are cultural nuances to women working and women doing particular types of work. It's okay for a woman to do some things or not to do other things. So yes, simple answer to the question is yes, there are gender dimensions. The great and positive side of things is when you look at sectors that may be extremely technological, for example, renewable energy, which is the sector I came from, digital payments, you're finding a lot of groups that are really focusing on making sure that women are doing well and excelling in these fields. So for example, in renewable energy, there's the Renewable Energy Technical Training Institute, which is run by a woman. And she has criteria that for each set that comes through, she makes sure that I think it's 40% are women, and she gives a discount to the woman. So yes, naturally in our culture, and in all cultures worldwide, there is the gender dimension depending on what you want to do. But the positive thing that I'm seeing around me in Nigeria, at least, I won't speak for the whole of Africa, is that women want to do different things. The most technological types of work, whether it's renewable energy, ICT, bank financial services, women are thriving and doing excellently in these sectors from the most senior level, whether it's CEO level, all the way down to entry level. So I can really see more and more opportunities for women there. I'm keen to hear Lucy's perspective on this.
All right, Lucy, there you go.
Great, yeah, thank you, Rolaki. Really interesting to hear your views, and yeah, a great question. So I through some of our programs, whether in Nigeria or beyond, we certainly take a gender-sensitive approach to our work. And Rolaki talked about Northern Nigeria, and I'll give an example in a moment as well. I mean, equality, diversity, and inclusion is a core value of the British Council, and that goes through not just how we operate with our own staff, but how we work with people in the countries that we work with. So I think that the gender aspect and being sensitive to some of those barriers and some of those challenges is critical, and they are real in many places. So, you know, for example, we are running an education program in Kano in northern Nigeria, addressing in primary school children accelerating literacy and maths skills. And again, there's a real focus given the number of children, but particularly girls, out of school education in the north, working with teachers, communities and parents to enable girls to continue in education and access the learning, including during COVID. I talked about the WhatsApp bursts. Also up in Kano, we've been working on an informal education sports programme with the UK Premier League. So we, through football coaching, we work with young girls and boys between the ages of 10 and 18 to develop soft skills through football. So right from, and it's a pleasure to see, but right from the little kids that are they kick a ball and they have to spell ball or goal or shoot when they're aiming at the net, through to more advanced, but also team building, leadership skills. But in Kano, we worked with communities to develop a program that was sensitive to the gender dynamics, including even safe spaces for the girls to play at some times, and being careful of those dynamics, and also developing culturally sensitive sportswear so the girls didn't feel embarrassed to be out playing on the football pitches. So those subtleties, those sensitivities in terms of inclusion and to address some of the sort of gender barriers, and to enhance opportunities for girls and women to compete on an even scale level in the workplace and in school and in the communities, it's absolutely key. And we continue to sort of focus on that, trying to avoid a kind of bias, but to be sensitive to needs and be able to support interventions for maximum inclusion, really.
Yeah, I'd like to add on to that actually, Lucy, because yeah, you stirred a few thoughts of mine. But we're also doing quite a lot of work in Kaduna in particular and in Kano. And over there, since our objectives are to get the majority of the 3 million people that we're placing in jobs as women, what we are seeing actually is, in terms of the technical skills and ability to connect online, to listen to our courses, there are definitely many more men. So what government is having to do is to go into these communities, and many of these communities, they don't even have internet. So when you even start talking about getting online, they don't have internet. So we have to think really creatively about, okay, do we then just get them a smart card, they put it in their phone, they do it on a mobile phone? Do we need to provide a smartphone to that community actually? Because the only phones they have in that community are feature phones. So one aspect of it is the practicality of getting them the relevant devices and connectivity in order to access our courses. And the other side of it is that cultural aspect, saying that, look, yes, you're a woman, you're expected to be doing ABCD, but look, your mates, those your guys that you passed in school, they're signing up to this course. They've already done the course. So you too, shine your eye. So actually having to go in and speak, and it's not only to speak to the young people because they don't have the control. It's to speak to their family, to speak to the parents, speak to community elders. So, you know, the work that we've been doing in Kano and Kaduna, yeah, so it's really like stretching how we think, and seeing some positive growth with getting women involved, but definitely still a lot of challenges.
Wonderful work. Thank you so much. Well, all good things come to an end, and I think our session is almost over. And I'll just round up and just give you half a minute each, really, just basically to sort of, you know, if you had let's say you were in the room with, say, those who call the shots for who could make the promise that AFTA holds, really, to make it work. I mean, the presidents of all 54 African countries that have signed to it, and you're in the room with them, what words would you have for them? 30 seconds. Color your so go. Rolaka and then Lucy.
Okay, so 30 seconds of elevator pitch of what do we need to do to make human capital development work? Okay, so I would say that human capital is our competitive advantage in Africa. 1.2 billion people, the youngest population on earth, driven and naturally creative population. So what we need to do to make it work is to make sure that we fill the gaps that employers and the fastest growing sectors of the economy need with the right talent. So my pitch to, you know, the 54 nations would be, we know the sectors that are growing fast. We know the sectors that are projected to grow next year. What are the skills that are required in order to make this growth exponential? And how do we work together to invest in the right vocational training, practical skills? How do we use technology to reach as many people as possible? Because if we want to do this at scale, we can't rely on traditional methods. We need to think more creatively. Let's try and reach those millions and millions by bringing in internet courses, by bringing in smartphones used for training. And then I am positive that we're going to see a great leap forward as trade becomes open across these nations, and as there's more push for exploitation and manufacturing in Africa to feed the demand that exists from Africa, other African nations.
Thank you, Rolaka. Lucy, your 30-second speech.
No. Wonderful, Rolaka, thank you. I think I'd start, of course, with investing in education as the foundation on which to build for the young people in sub-Saharan Africa. And then building on what Rolaka said, this is a continent full of inspiring, innovative, talented, entrepreneurial people. I've been in Nigeria 7 years. I do not fail to be impressed and overwhelmed by the many people I am privileged to meet. So embrace that, trust that, embrace diversity in its widest sense, from TVET to academia, from gender aspects, lots of the things we've been talking about today. Be bold, break away from some tradition, and that's how we're going to move forward as a continent, and really try and build on. Not everything can come from the government around investing in education, so enhance those public-private sector partnerships, build those skills and experience that we're learning, and keep going to build the continent and the talent that we've got and showcase it to the world.
I assume they're all listening, and I think with this lovely advice from both of you, Rolaka Rosiji of Jobberman, CEO of Jobberman, and Lucy Kirsten, who is country director for West Africa for British Council, I'm sure we can push the needle to achieving the promises that AFTA holds. Thank you very much for your time, and enjoy the rest of your day. To our viewers, thank you for your time, and I'll hand over now to my colleague to continue the program. Thank you all.
will now be moving on to the last panel session, and I guarantee it's not the least session for the day, security in the Sahel. And I would shortly be handing over to the moderator for that panel discussion, Dr. Undu Wokolo. He's the Chief Executive and Partner at Next Year SPD, a security consulting firm, and they will be talking about security in Africa. Over to you, Dr. Undu.
Thank you for introducing me. This should be a panel of 4, myself moderating and the 3 other panelists. I guess there are 2 of us now. Probably we can go ahead while the next person joins. Like you can see from the program, I will be in this panel. In this panel, I will be discussing security in the Sahel. So, among the panelists are Dr. Chris Kwaja. Dr. Kwaja is a senior lecturer and researcher at Center for Peace and Security Studies, Madibo Adamawa University of Technology, Yola. Kwaja is equally a member of the United Nations Working Group on Machineries. So, Chris, you're welcome.
Yeah, it's a pleasure, NWC, and good afternoon to you all.
Thank you. Then we have Dr. Shagdam. Come up. Shagdam is an associate professor at Nigerian Defense Academy, Nigerian famous military university in Kaduna. Shagdam.
Thank you very much, Endo. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
Very well.
Last but not the least is Dr. F.M. Ubi. F.M. is currently the acting director of research at Nigerian Institute for International Affairs, where he equally doubles as a senior research fellow. FM, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Dr. Nwokolo. Thanks for
Thank
having
you.
me.
Yes, incidentally, it seems our panel is the last. And I tell you, whatever thing they may have discussed today, we hint on what we'll come up with. Because without security, I don't think we can achieve any of this. So we'll be looking at the Sahel, by extension, the whole of Africa. The West African Sahel, like we all know, covers a huge part of the ECOWAS region. And currently, the ECOWAS Sahel can be described as so many things. A lot of us see it as an area with a lot of uncommon space, as an area where both state and non-security actors equally have the same power. Some of us see it as an area where proliferation of arms and small weapons are at its highest, including issues of climatic change, the growing number of terrorist groups, the nature of the state that continues to, if I could say, decay by the day, as in the state is becoming weaker and weaker by the day. It is interesting for us to look at how that region can affect investment in West Africa and entire Africa as a whole, if we try to look at the issue of the after. If the region is not stabilized, how can this affect investors' confidence in Africa and the region as a whole? So my first question will go to Dr. Kwaja. So Dr. Kwaja, looking at that about, the region is now seen as a front line, jihadist front line, where 7 out of the 9 countries in the region is in their need of stabilization, as violent conflict is on by the day. So By your thinking, how could this discourage an investor? And moreover, if you look at other political risks apart from terrorism, what are the other contributing factors that will make an investor not to look at the Sahel?
Thank you very much, Ndubisi. It is quite unfortunate that today we are discussing the Sahel. The Sahel region represents one of the most high-risk regions in the world, and there are very specific and concrete indicators that defines what is going on in the Sahel in the context of what the accolade data, the Freedom House, the Council on Foreign Relations, periodic tracking on security within West Africa, and in particular, the Sahel represents when it comes to those very specific indicators for peace. And increasingly, we've also seen how key institutions such as the World Bank, World Health Organization, the Economic Community of West African States have shifted emphasis from their primary goal of either the search for economic development, regional integration, public health and safety, into discussion around the very organic relationship that should exist between security and economic development, security and public health. Increasingly, governments are expected to securitize health. And by securitizing health, it means the kind of attention you give to defense spendings should actually be devoted to other key issues that affect human security. Now, for the Sahel, jihadist movement, we've seen the role of mercenaries within the region, the fluidity of passage, the porousness with which weapons, both light and hard weapons, flow through the region. But back to your question, what are the other key issues within the Sahel that we should focus on? Number one is the deficits associated with the outcome and process of elections. We've seen where elections are becoming do or die. Elections are no longer seen as processes and events through which peaceful transition of political power is experienced or celebrated. They have become warlike, where both the ruling party and the party in opposition see it as an opposition to get power, and where they fail, either as ruling or opposition, they challenge these processes and outcome using violence as key currencies. And that is why today you have increasingly searchlights on elections. ECONET, that's the Community of West African States election management body, becoming very concerned about the relationship between election and violence, because increasingly violence is becoming one key area of concern for the election management body. Number two is corruption. The weakening of state institutions happen more through corruption. And where corruption begins to hold institutions siege, public disgruntlement, public discontent with state institutions become a very key issue. And what we are witnessing across the Sahel today is the widening of the gulf of trust between citizens and state. And for the citizens, the only opportunity and option they see with a state that is highly corrupt, with state officials that are highly corrupt, is to take up arms and resort to acts of criminality. And we have seen increasingly in some countries where criminals are being called to the negotiation table, and where the state is negotiating with criminals, it means the state is ceding its own primary responsibility of protecting citizens as well as its own constitutional role of being the custodian of the instruments of coercion. And under such circumstances and situation, the state itself is under siege. It's not just about the citizens. And increasingly, we are seeing more of that. We are seeing where criminal elements are taking over what we, in quote, call ungoverned spaces. Forests are becoming no-go areas. The public ways or streets or roads or highways are becoming death trap for many innocent citizens. And all these are perpetrated by individuals with access to weapons. And this access to weapons is one in which state capacity to enforce compliance is challenged increasingly. The other point I need to raise is about the increased inability of the state within the Sahel to manage diversity. And one of the primary responsibility of the state, beyond the provision of welfare, the provision of security, is the ability of the state to manage the diverse people that come together to form one common entity called a state. From Western Sahara, we can see what is happening there, to Senegal, between the government of Senegal and the Casamas region. We are seeing what is happening in Nigeria in the context of IPOB and the Nigerian state. Increasingly, we saw what happened in Cote d'Ivoire that even led to some election dispute between Gbagbo and Ouattara over identity. In Ghana today, we've seen what is happening with Northern Ghana, with the rise of groups or Islamist groups within Northern Ghana that is talking about more inclusion in the context of politics. In Nigeria, we are seeing the ongoing debate about whether or not the Southeast should be given an opportunity to bring up candidates for the 2023 elections. That on its own is a black box that we don't know what is in. But as we go through this period of elections, one major test of the Buhari administration is his ability to manage these kind of diversities in a way that defines or even undefines inclusion in the context of how Nigerians or individuals who call themselves citizens of this country have an opportunity of participating in the politics and in the governance of the country in ways that also see them benefiting from what we call the dividends of democracy. And until we're able to address that at three levels, at the community level, at the national level, and at the regional level, where member states of the Sahel, and this should go beyond either the Club, the Sahel, or the G5 Sahel, to look at what ECOWAS is doing in the context of how it can articulate, mobilize, and bring together a more collective action and response in addressing the problem. And let's not forget that the Sahel is not just about ECOWAS, but it stretches down to countries that are not members of ECOWAS, like Cameroon, that are members of the community of Central African states. So you need to stretch that discussion to that point, because where you sit together as members of ECOWAS without recognizing the backlash that conflict within, or instability or insecurity within the Sahel affects some of those countries, you will not be able to deal with the issue. And I give you an example as my closing comment on this, that at the point the Nigerian government felt Boko Haram was an internal security challenge, and all they needed to do was to just deploy the military or the police, the kind of energy that was deployed was so much, but yet we got little results. Unlike a situation where it brought in countries like Niger, Cameroon, and Chad right from the beginning to say, hey, we've got a problem that seems internal, but it has external implication. And we need to work together as countries that have or that share borders on the basis of contiguity, and that is the only way we can solve this problem because of the fluidity of our borders, and the fluidity and the porosity of these borders makes it easy for criminals and weapons and drugs to pass through our borders. And because we share borders, we must share in the burden of responsibilities to deal with these problems. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. At least you are able to highlight the issue of the neighborhood effect, and more importantly, the issue of our borders, which is quite important. But for me, one of the areas that you came out very strongly to show us is the issue of governance, which till date, we all know that that's why out of the 47 least developed countries of the world, Africa or sub-Saharan Africa has about 34. And poverty has continued to increase by the day. Now, you find out that other countries have moved to issues of the fourth industrial revolution, of which we are asking ourselves, where are we? Are we able to benefit from this? And then the question could be, could this issue of fourth industrial revolution affect the way African economy is growing? Could this issue of insecurity affect the way we can tap into the global economy? Now, my question will be going to Shagdam. Is our population, the growing population in Africa, the impoverished population in Africa, is it a discourage to an investor? Probably someone who wants to, a foreign investor and wants to invest in the Sahel.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okolo. I think Dr. Chris Kwaja has actually painted a very, very clear picture of the complexities, the complex security challenges, as well as other realities that we are experiencing within the Sahel region. With respect to your question, whether the growing population within Africa specifically would be a source of concern, a problem to investors or not, especially within the context of the fourth industrial revolution, vis-a-vis other challenges like security. Should investors be concerned? Is it an incentive or a problem? A source of problem to them. I think let us start from the known to the unknown. It's clear that the population of Africa has been projected to overtake other parts of the world, specifically, Asia. Countries like China, India, it is projected that when we put the whole of African population by 2035, it will be around 1.8 billion. Now the projection is that the population of Africa will then surpass that of India, for instance, which is projected by the same period to be around 1.6, and then that of China is projected to be around 1.4. Now, at the heart of this, at the center of all this, is actually the people. Though we are talking about investors vis-a-vis the population, but the main issue is actually the people, which means that we must be concerned about the quality of the people we are talking about, which the investors will actually focus on or tap from. Now, if the population is actually that huge, we've seen some countries of the world benefiting from their own population. For instance, China, India, China with the highest population at present, and India next in line. And of course, other parts of the world have also tapped from their own population. But the issue is actually the quality of the population we are talking about, not just having a large size population. And so there have been a lot of debates about how best the population should be. Should we have lesser population or should we have higher population? This is actually either to the benefit of the economy or at the detriment of the economy. If we take a very clear picture, what do investors really want? What is actually the goals? What are they actually after? The investors are actually after three main objectives of investing. First of all is the issue of, they are concerned about safety. Investors are also concerned clearly about, income. And they are also concerned about, their profit, the returns on investment. Now, if they are concerned about these three things, it then means that they have to actually clearly map out the areas where they actually put their investment, vis-a-vis weigh the possibility of whether they can actually get the benefits or not. Now, looking at the large or the growing size of African population, vis-a-vis other parts of the world, I think investors will actually do well to be able to map out clearly whether they can benefit from Africa or not. And this can actually be weighed from two prongs or two perspectives. First of all, the first perspective is that the modern technology which you talked about, particularly within the context of the fourth industrial revolution, can actually bring some benefits for the people, quote and unquote. First of all, let me just explain that Africa is actually not technologically developed as compared to other parts of the world. If we look at the major contenders, the great powers, as well as the other contenders in the fourth industrial revolution, Africa is nowhere to be found. Whether we talk about the inventions in the area of artificial intelligence, the big data issues, the Internet of Things, the robotics technology, and the aspects of energy, etc., Africa is actually far behind when we talk about the Industrial Revolution. Majorly because compared to other parts of the world, Africa's investment in the area of research and development is actually very, very low. In fact, the lead countries in this regard happen to be, the United States of America, as well as, China. And of course, whether we like it or not, Africa will actually, whether it will key in or not, is not an issue at all, because Africa will actually key in. But from all indications, actually, Africa will actually be a consumer of this technology, just as we have always been. Now, if investors are to actually focus on Africa, will the population provide them with a platform to benefit, or should they be concerned about the large population being a disincentive to them? I think we can, as I said earlier, we can actually weigh this from two angles. The first perspective is that the investment can actually be a source of benefit to the investors. First of all, investors need a very good market, a big and a large market to be able to sell their goods and their services. And this informs why most times investors will move their investments to not only where they can actually have a cheap level of production, but a large market to be able to actually sell their goods. And if it is so, then they need to ensure that whatever goods and services that we produce within the context of this fourth industrial revolution especially has to be affordable. It has to be cost effective. It has to be something that the population can actually afford. More so, within the context of the fourth industrial revolution, we've seen situations whereby both the technology being developed as well as applications has multiplier effects on the society as well as on the world. We've seen applications being developed that enable people to be able to access education, healthcare, buy goods and services online, pay with ease. And of course, we've also seen situations whereby they've been able to create, jobs down the line, some kind of trickle effects, where people are able to also buy some goods and services or have payment solutions on these goods and services. For instance, you walk the streets of Nigeria, you have, you could sit in the comfort of your room now, order for some goods, and then along the value chain, somebody has the job of delivering these goods and services to your doorsteps. Now, across in the broad spectrum of investments that are associated with the fourth industrial revolution, the internet, for instance, you have the major companies that are providing these services. You have, those who actually down the line sell data, those who provide all cell phones, those who provide all sorts of services, including those who are repairing those phones, for instance. These are actual value chains that will actually benefit the population, in which case, if it is so, it could actually be a huge benefit for the investors. On the other hand, which is actually the second perspective to this, it could actually be a very big disincentive for investors. And why is it so? It is so because investors are always concerned about the safety of their investment. They want it where it's not only secured, but at least there is an enabling environment for such investment to actually thrive. The infrastructure sometimes is lacking. And of course, in this part of the world in particular, that has been a major challenge, both in terms of roads, networks, and so many other considerations, including power supply, which unfortunately in this part of the world, it's a major issue. Then, of course, the complexity of insecurity, which Kwaja has actually painted very clearly within the Sahel. And of course, Nigeria happens to be a very huge theater for this in present times, ranging from the terrorism in the far northeast, the armed banditry. We talk about kidnapping, which is very rampant. No state is actually spared in present times. And of course, the complexities of issues arising from our unresolved national questions, as well as challenges that are arising from this. Today is IPOP, tomorrow is militant, and so on. So this actually has a lot of debilitating effects on the, in the investment and climate within the country as well. Now, no investors actually want to ensure that this is affecting their business. And so they want to locate their businesses where they could actually benefit maximally. From this angle, the population that is unmanaged, the population that is not fully educated, the population that could not bring any form of value addition to the industrial sector will actually not help investors in any way. And so if they don't have purchasing power as well, especially where they don't have education to be able to get good jobs, where they are not empowered sufficiently to be able to maximize the benefit of the fourth industrial revolution, then any investment investment drive towards that kind of population will not be a very good incentive for investors. I think there should be a bridge between this in terms of let it not just investors should not just focus on just the profit maximization aspect. They should be interested also in ensuring that the nature of services and the engagement with the state where they deploy this in Africa should also bring value addition in such a way that the population will be empowered enough to be able to also tap into this. So profit maximization should not only be the goal, but the overall goal should be towards the transformation of the African society, just as it has been done in other parts of the world. Investors are in China, they're in India, and so many other parts of the world. If the drive was only on, profit maximization alone, the transformation we've seen in those economies will not be. So the big focus should actually be on, driving investment towards human capital development. This is actually very critical for Africa, especially in this time. The world has moved forward Africa is also witnessing a very serious transition, which is also affecting various parts of the African society, its economy, its educational sector, social health, and the population is actually a critical factor. While the population in other parts of the world seem to be on the decline, particularly in Europe, etc., you find out that that of Africa is on the rise. And so the governments in Africa have very, very, very critical role to play in ensuring that, it's not just, the population is not just managed well, but also equipped to be able to take advantage of the fourth industrial revolution.
Okay. Thank you, Shagdam. Thank you for addressing this question from a human security perspective. And it's, you've been able to demonstrate, line by line how you think the issue of the industrial revolution could pay Africa. But I'm kind of worried where the state is unable to provide those enabling environment to allow those kind of advantages to take place. It now means that you have a population that, that becomes anti-state. And they can cash in on the little elements within the fourth industrial revolution to continue to commit havoc. For instance, my thinking is this, and this question will be going to FN. I'm wondering if, those aspects of the things we see from industrial revolution, how they've been helping violent extremism and violent conflict like terrorism. How huge do you think that things we see from industrial, fourth industrial revolution, like internet, like online banking, where monies can be transferred from here to here, which finances terrorism. How huge do you think this industrial revolution is funding terrorism in the Sahel?
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me? I think.
Yes, go on.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, my internet is a bit slow. I thank you very much. I think the two speakers, Dr. Kwaja and Dr. Wapmuk, have spoken a whole lot, and I will just sum it in 3 or 4 phrases. First, like Shagdam actually pointed out, Dr. Kwaja actually painted a gruesome picture about insecurity in Africa, but more specifically the Sahel, where it is the worst hit amongst other parts of Africa. Now, further, the whole idea of population, which Shagdam has also hammered on, and I think what actually tripped me is the fact that he talked about the future of Africa based on its population. And he mentioned critically one aspect that I've always looked at, which is about credibility of that population. So if you don't have a credible population, then it's a useless population because it's not going to add to the economy. I'm sorry for my harsh words. Sometimes I get a little bit sober when I talk about Africa.
That's your signature.
now you now go further. When Dr. Chris was talking about issue of security in the Sahel, now what comes into mind now, which is what we all know, is that there can never be peace without development, and there can't be development without peace. And so I think security is of utmost importance, irrespective of whatever we are talking about here. And then one thing again that really comes to mind is that capital flies to where it is needed. And so if Africa is not rooted enough, does not have enough foundation for capital won't come here. And so that takes us to my discourse on the fourth industrial revolution. Now, Shagdam has talked a whole lot about it. Sometimes, just like we always say, it could be a blessing and it could also be a curse. That's what we have to really understand. Now, that revolution, that era which we are already in to now, if we don't manage it well, it's going to be a cost to each and every one of us. And invariably, it actually is, because if you look at what's happening in the Sahel, a whole lot is happening there. Now, first, you know, the whole idea of the fourth industrial revolution is about machines. But let's go back to, let's go to the core of it. It's about AI, robotics. I think Shagdam mentioned a whole lot of them, you know, Internet of Things and all that. Now, war in recent times is not really conventional. Most times, I think many advanced countries don't send men into war anymore. They send machines. And you could see the impact of drones, you know, in the assassination of the Iranian chief of army staff and all that. So you see, this is the level where the fourth industrial revolution is taking us to. And so the fears is that the terrorists, insurgents could have access to these weapons, could have access to these machines. Now, the fourth industrial revolution is about machine, it's about machine human. So if it's about machine humans, what do we think? The warfare will be between machines and humans. Invariably, if the terrorists have access to these machines, they will now use it against the population. And so I think we have to be very, very careful in that future. We have to be very, very careful in that in that kind of situation we're going to find ourselves, where the terrorists could have access to these machines, and which they are beginning to have. For instance, drones are common everywhere now. Most of the warfares now use drones. If you look at the last effort, you know, the first time Nigerian Air Force used drones, it was everywhere in the news. Everybody was talking about it. And so going further, with regards to cybernetics, you find out that the terrorists could also use AI for intelligence gathering. So irrespective, so for me, it's kind of, that period is a battle of wit, of plot, and of counter-plot. So at the Sahel, they could send drones to gather information. They could send machines or robots to gather information. And so humans are not safe. We are not safe. Businesses will shut down as it is right now, because like Shagdam Bradley opined, nobody will come to invest where there's no security. And like I said, capital flies away where it is not needed.
So I think we've lost FM. So let's hope he joins in a few minutes. So while we're waiting for FM to come back, I might want to, quickly ask this question to Chris. Chris, let's look at the ECOWAS region. More importantly, the ECOWAS region forms the larger part of the Sahel. And you can see that one of the ECOWAS protocol talks about free movement of goods and services. And some states, for instance, Nigeria, closed its border for up to 2 years last time. And one of the reasons they cited was the inflow of arms into the country, thinking that if they do that, that will help, you know? But Nigeria was technically breaking the ECOWAS protocol, of which it should be the champion. My question is this: how can ECOWAS or countries of ECOWAS, the ECOWAS member states, guarantee free movement of goods and services, and as well be able to curb the inflow of arms into the region?
Thank you very much. I think we need to put the ECOWAS discussion in context. And the first context is the fact that ECOWAS is Nigeria's baby. And it's a cherished baby, cherished because from its birth in 1975, Nigeria took on the responsibility of funding ECOWAS. Many member states of ECOWAS were not able to pay their dues. Nigeria stepped in, paid their dues institutionally. Where ECOWAS is located here in Asokoro, Abuja, is an edifice built by Nigeria. Number two, part of the vision for ECOWAS was one that was crafted by Nigeria in its bid to strengthen regional integration as a key catalyst for development. And the definition of development in that context was one in which member states should be developed and the region should be developed. Now, with that vision in mind, 15 countries came together to say, this is an agenda that we must pursue, and we must pursue it vigorously in the context of our collective vision for regional economic development and regional integration. The ECOWAS protocol on the free movement of people and goods was to give teeth to that vision of regional integration. And in the wisdom of the draft of that protocol, it was designed with the view, the mindset that every citizen, all the people that make up ECOWAS were people that have integrity and credibility. And that the integrity and credibility of these people will be one in which, as they move as people and as they move with goods, they will not move with goods that will hamper, will serve as threats to the security and economic development of any member country. Now, that was the goal. And I'm raising this because of the kind of discussion that is going on now, that Nigeria undermined or broke or violated an ECOWAS protocol. Yes, there is a violation of that protocol. But as scholars and policymakers, we need to understand certain things within the context of international relations and international law specifically. And number one is the fact that we are dealing with a situation where there is a tension between the national security of Nigeria, which is embedded in its national interest of protecting its sovereignty and its people on one hand, and regional security on the other hand. And within the concentric cycle of Nigerian foreign policy, the innermost part of that foreign policy trust is the citizens. And where the citizens' interest is under threat, then the state needs to now take decisions. And one of the decisions taken by Nigeria is what we can call unilateral action of placing a ban on movement of people. Now, between 1975 and 2020, the Nigerian government enacted unilaterally 3 different bans. In 1984, Nigeria closed its border. In 2003, under Obasanjo, Nigeria closed its borders. And in 2020, Nigeria closed its border. And in closing those borders, there were specific reasons. I mean, in closing borders within this period I mentioned, there were specific reasons for the closure of the border. In 2018 specifically, Interpol released a very important document. And in that document, it was revealed that the ECOWAS region is one region where criminals move freely, both with drugs and with weapons. Added to that is the fact that Nigeria was also faced with an economic dilemma, with a threat to its economy because of the dumping of goods, rice, for instance. Smugglers were coming in with rice. And for me as an individual, I am not in support of the knee-jerk approach of just slamming this border closure, but that slamming border closure in the context that Nigeria did was in a way a policy that was rushed, because from 1984 that the Nigerian government closed its border, it was supposed to have made projections that in the event that this situation continues, what can we do as member states of ECOWAS? Now, if that approach or that decision was taken, I think within ECOWAS, there would have been a more robust and a more proactive way of dealing with the issue rather than taking unilateral decisions in the way it did. But the justification of the Nigerian government is that we needed to take this measure, and it's not a permanent measure, it's just a phased measure to look at how we can address the issue and gradually open up the borders. But we've seen the mixed reactions that took place. For individuals or scholars or policymakers that criticized the Nigerian government for what they call unilateral action, as a scholar of international relations, there are three levels that countries operate. One, either at the unilateral level, where in the pursuit of your own strategic national security agenda, you take decisions as a country to safeguard yourself, or at the bilateral level, where two countries come together to look at issues of common interest and frame their relationship on the basis of that. For instance, we have this called national call that in the context of Bakassi, Nigeria had what was called the Green Tree Agreement between Nigeria and Cameroon over Bakassi. These are bilateral actions. We also have multilateral actions. We are talking about more than two countries coming together. ECOWAS, African Union, United Nations Organization, World Health Organization, they are all products of multilateral action because of the shared vision of pursuing.
Okay. Go on, Chris.
So these are the kind of frameworks that we see. Yes, countries will be bordered because many of these countries you find within West Africa, within the Sahel or West Africa, so to speak, are countries who rely on products from abroad. Many of them are not involved in production, like rice, and their countries become areas of passage for many of these goods. And I think going forward, the Nigerian government need to go back to the drawing board with member states of ECOWAS to take a second look at the ECOWAS protocol. What is it about the free movement of people and goods that we should not allow in the context of how it threatens the national security and sovereignty of member states of ECOWAS? Because if that is, we will still come back to this issue. Today is Nigeria, it might be another country.
Thank you, Chris. Let me stop here. I think we have like about 6 minutes to go, 5. I'm going to share 2 minutes. I have a question for Shagdam. You're going to use 2 minutes to try to tell us what you think are your ideas. I have another question for Dr. Ubi. Now, let me start with Shagdam.
Yes.
There are so many stakeholders in the Sahel, especially France. And we know that the economies of most Francophone countries are tied to France. If the eco currency starts tomorrow, do you think France is going to withdraw the military support, the security support is giving to these Francophone countries?
Well, let me just answer you straight jacket, Dr. Ndubisi. France has always been seen herself as actually the major power here in Africa, particularly in West Africa, where it has a large number of the Francophonie, having been a major player during the colonial times and by extension, a new colonial power up to present. And one of the defining factors for this, its power role within the sub-region and within the continent as a whole, has not only been economic, but also security as well. Defined in terms of the defense part it has with the former colonial former colonies. Now, whether when the ECO comes on board, whether France is actually going to withdraw its support for terrorism, I doubt if it's actually going to happen. France will actually want to remain relevant. Agree that France uses certain schemes to ensure that it retains control over these former colonial, colonies of it. Whether France will withdraw or not, it's not even a question, because to me, France will actually remain on board for as long as possible. It might use it, might use such threats with a view to ensuring that its interest is retained within the region, but outright withdraw, no. And more so, Dr. Kwacha talks about the G5 within the Sahel, of which France has actually been a major player as well. Rather than withdraw outright, you see France scaling its presence, reducing the number of, its involvement. What they've actually been doing rather is the expansion of the involvement in another way. For instance, just within the mid of the year, there was this establishment of an international coalition for the Sahel, which of course the G5 has actually been calling for this for quite some time. The idea is to be able to ensure that they bring additional, involvement of actors to play the role in terms of, provision of support, humanitarian support, as well as building capacity of army, within the various states within the Sahel. So if you ask me whether France will go away, no. The ECO, mind you, France actually wants to play a key role in the ECO as well. We saw France hurrying together with Alassane Ouattara of Ivory Coast to actually introduce this with a view of tying this with with its own currency as well, particularly the euro. Now, this is actually to ensure that there's some form of domination even before the other ECOWAS countries have the grip on the ECO. This is one of the reasons why Nigeria, alongside the other English-speaking countries, have to kick against this. So France withdrawing its support? No. It might use it as a threat to ensure that it retains its control with a view to deepening its interest within the West African region.
All right, thank you for that. Dr. Ubi, you're seen as one of Nigerians' best in terms of Chinese study. Your PhD was on China as well. In the last few years, China has pushed its investment. China is seen as the biggest lender to Africa. China-African trade has passed $100 billion. China, which used to have its non-interventionist position, seems to be changing. My fear or my worry is this: is China changing its military, perception about Africa to protect its investment in Africa? And you could see them now sell arms, which they normally do not do before. What is happening? Please, if you can round up this in 3 minutes, that'd be fantastic. Can you unmute yourself?
Okay. Hello, I said, yeah, thank you very much. The truth is that China has actually not changed from its non-intervention and non-interference policy. Yes, it is the biggest, one among the biggest investors in Africa in terms of contractual investment, in terms of trade. As of 2019, it was about 208 billion, and if you understand the way China operates, in terms of peace and security issues as it relates to the continent, and based on this foreign policy of non-intervention and non-interference, China does not deal with individual countries. No, China prefers to deal with multilateral agencies like the African Union. And also there's this new dialogue that is coming up, which China uses, the trilateral dialogue It's sometimes between China, the US, and Africa, China, EU, Africa, China, UK, Africa. That is actually how China, China's policy towards African peace and security operates from. Now, yeah, people have been arguing recently that because of the military base that China built in Djibouti, that military base, that is the only base for now. And that base is actually to govern or to mitigate piracy in the Gulf of Eden. As at 2017 or so, 2017, 2018, there were also speculations that it was going to build another military base in Sao Tome and Principe, which it's still in the pipeline. But as a matter of fact, I need to clear the air that China will never interfere in the internal affairs of any country in terms of military. But in terms of selling of arms, China has been selling arms since time immemorial. If you look at its foreign policy towards Africa in the 50s, it was all about arms. They were selling arms to a lot of countries, sell arms to a lot of countries in Asia and in Latin America. I think it's among one of the countries that sell the most arms right now after the US, Russia. China, I think China is the next country with the most arms trade in the world. And so with regards to its investment, it doesn't choose those military bases like the one in Djibouti to protect its investment. And China does not want to what? If you look at ever since the advent of Boko Haram or maybe insecurity in Nigeria, you've not seen China making a sentence relating to that. Instead, China revolves its mitigation policies around poverty eradication. I think every conflict, every insecurity in Africa or in the developing world, China ties it around poverty, unemployment, and all that. I think.
Thank you, Dr. Ibi, for that insight. And this is the end of our discussion. I want to thank Chris, Shagdam, and FM for joining me to have this discussion on the Sahel, securing the Sahel. Thank you, and God bless you, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Shagdam.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, or good evening, wherever you are in Africa. With that last panel session, we come to the end of today's first convening of the African Business Convention organized by Business Day. I'd like to thank Dr. Kwaja, Dr. Wapmuk, Dr. Ebi, and of course, Dr. Nwokolo, who was our moderator for the very last panel on security in the Sahel. It was very engaging and very enlightening. And I like the point made by the moderator at the beginning that we can talk about all the bit about investment, about economies, about macroeconomic stability and all that. Without security, not much can be achieved in terms of attracting investment into Africa, and especially the Sahel region, which was the focus of the last panel. Before then, we had the panel on human capital and talent development in Africa. And so I thank Rolake Rosiji, CEO of Joberman Nigeria, and of course, Lucy Person, Nigeria Country Director and West Africa Lead for British Cancer. Of course, we had a panel on technology and as a solution for African business. And I'd like to thank the panelists, Michael Ipoki, Onyeche Tifase, Mayawa Kuyoro, Austin Okere, and a very good friend, Rob Whittigan, CEO at Asoko Insight, who was moderator. And of course, we had a panel on what's the need for Africa in relation to AFTA. I thank Dr. Stephen Karengi, Dr. Regis Simo. I thank Ambassador Ziloa Nlubi Peter, Mr. Adamusu Tadase, Wamkele Mene, David Malinga, and of course, the Honorable Minister for Trade and Investment for Nigeria, Otumba Adebayo Adeni. We started today's session with the first panel on cracking the next growth market for Africa. And I would like very much to thank our panelists, Kuseni Dlamini, Professor Fabian Ajogu, Mamoudou Traore, and Dr. Owo Okiti, who was the moderator. My profound appreciation goes to our keynote speaker for today, Shola David Bora, Chief Executive, Standard Bank, Africa Regions, for helping in ways that only few can to set the tone for today's diverse discussion at this premier convening of our Africa Business Convention. All that is left for me now is to thank our sponsors, MasterCard and Kina partners, and of course, all those who participated. I hope this has been an engaging and an enlightening session for you. As I said earlier, this is our inaugural Africa Business Convention. We hope to do this again next year, and we hope to see you and many more others when we convene next year. Thank you so much. God bless you, and please stay safe. Bye-bye now.
At Business Day, we help investors as well as business executives, professionals, bankers, lawyers, and government policymakers around the world to get access to authoritative business news and financial intelligence. We are a trusted and award-winning media platform providing superior business, financial, and management intelligence across Africa for entrepreneurs. Through our global network of business journalists and partnership with The Economist and The Financial Times, we equip you to get ahead of the competition. To discover a world of business opportunities and intelligence that keep you ahead of your competitors.
Delight was actually started to tell innovative, exciting, and positive food stories out of Lagos, Nigeria.
Being the foremost luxurious goods company in the entire West Africa is a big deal.
Will you have every opportunity? No. But you see, the opportunities you lose on account of your value system, that's your opportunity cost for what you believe, and is the price you must be willing to pay.
Thank you very much, and bless you.
Culinary Delight was actually started to tell innovative, exciting, and positive food stories out of Lagos, Nigeria.
Being the foremost luxurious goods company in the entire West Africa is a big deal.
Will you have every opportunity? No. But you see, the opportunities you lose on account of your value system, that's your opportunity cost.